Hey there, everybody. I am Charlotte, the Gulf Coast Granny, and I have been missing in action for probably about the last 6 months. I've had numerous people text me and find out if I'm dead or alive. I assure you I'm quite alive. I have been so busy, so incredibly busy with some family obligations. Y'all know I've been watching my grandson. Um, 3 or 4 days a week since he got himself kicked out of preschool back in December. How do you get yourself kicked out of preschool? Well, you're a little turd. That's how. But I'm gonna do something real quick here. I've got to be able to read my comments. Hey, Dwayne, how are you? It's good to see you. I just wanted to talk a little bit about all the stuff that has happened in 2024. Has your 2024 been good to you? Hey, Terry, how are you doing? It's good to see you. Oh, I can see the comments just fine. I just can't post them right, or, I can't type on my phone. I'm using my phone. I haven't ever used my phone before to do a live stream, so keep your fingers crossed, guys. It's new to me. It's a Google Pixel 7. I've had it for, I don't know, maybe about 10 months. I really like it. Hey, DJ. What the heck? I just kind of mentioned you on the sly. Folks texted me to find out if I'm alive or not, so I figured I needed to do a live stream to let everybody know that I am alive. And I've just been overwhelmed, honestly, with a lot of things, mainly babysitting my grandson. I am free from that responsibility as of Wednesday. My daughter has decided to hire my other daughter to babysit for the summer, and then my grandson starts pre-K in August, which is amazing, y'all. That's just amazing. I need to text Poppy and tell him to turn on the air conditioner. Are y'all hot? It's actually not hot in here. It's probably a personal summer of mine. But that being said, I need some air. How's everybody doing? Talk to me. Talk to me. Oh, wait. Y'all, I'm still an amateur at this. I'm starting over again, and I feel like I have never been on a live stream before. Poppy, let's text Poppy real quick. And this is going to be so boring. I'm going to have to cut out the whole first half of this thing so I can post it on the internet. DJ, how are you doing? You've got to have both hips replaced. Good grief. Are they going to do it one at a time, or are they going to do it, they're going to double whammy you? I'm just curious because, what is this? Oh, I'm forgetting what I'm doing. Well, let me tell you how my 2024 has been, since nobody wants to volunteer any information except for Terry. And God, Lord, oh, you hope one at a time? Yeah, I hope so too. Poppy had his hip replaced when he was 37. That's been about 15, 16 years ago. And honestly, Terry, it was the best thing that ever happened to him. Before he had his hip replaced, he was in so much pain that he couldn't even walk, to be honest with you, not without major pain. I just watched that movie the other day. That was a great movie. Hey, Lisa Warrior Queen, how are you doing this evening? So anyhow, what I was trying to say is that they were going to put him out of the military on Vicodin and no hip replacement. And I raised 40 kinds of sand about that. And I said, no, you can't put him out like that. He didn't come in like that. You make him as close to, what he was when he came in as you can get him. And they kind of agreed with me. And so they gave him the hip replacement. You've heard it's a good thing to have done if you have hip. It really is. It really is. And I hope that it helps you as much as it helped him. I got y'all, I'm falling behind. I don't even know what I'm doing anymore. So Lisa, what have you been up to? You got a garden planted? Because I didn't. I didn't plant my garden. I've got 6 lonely tomato plants out there trying to grow some tomatoes. You have arthritis bad in both hips. Yeah, that was his issue with that one hip. Well, it's not arthritis, but it's close. That's the best way I can describe it anyhow. Hey, Carla, how are you doing? It's good to see you this evening. How are things going up north? Lord, I saw a video that you posted not long ago. Well, it's been a few months ago with a whole bunch of snow on your porch, and I thought, thank God I don't live in the snow anymore. There. Good. Okay, save. Now to text Poppy. Turn on the AC. I know he's going to say it's on. It's on, Charlotte. It's on. No, it ain't. It's not blowing. Make it blow on me. Oh, Lord. Ladies, I don't know if you're as old as I am, but get ready. That's all I'm going to say about that. Get ready. I will say this. Menopause is the best thing that ever happened to me. Other than the hot flashing and, little aches and pains here and there, I am not a slave to PMS anymore. I'm sorry, gentlemen. I just had to say that. I would have been the poster child for PMS crazy. You know, that thing that people get whenever it's more than just PMS. It's like PMS psychosis. Yeah, that was me. And I wasn't good for maybe 3 or 4 days a month. I had good days. The rest of it sucked. So, yeah, menopause is the best thing ever happened to me. And your wife has to have a hit. My goodness, y'all are going to have a year full of surgery, aren't you? Terry. But anyhow, 2024, let's talk about it. So it was going great, except for the fact that my grandson got kicked out of pre-K and I had to babysit. And I really wasn't wanting to babysit, but I did it because my daughter needed me to babysit so she could work. You know, if you got a kid at home, you got to have a babysitter to go to work. Anyhow, so Christmas come along, we're sitting around eating, enjoying the day, having a great time. And my middle daughter, who's 35-ish, she'll be 35 soon. Sorry, Rachel. But she had brought these Rice Krispie treats for the kids. And they were beautiful. Now, Rice Krispie treats are pretty plain and ordinary dessert for kids. And grown-ups like them too. I love them. But what she had done was decorated them with these beautiful pastel candies that you get in the, decorating section over there in Walmart. And they looked like little pearls. And then there was little confetti looking stuff and glitter. And I said, oh my gosh, give me one of them. I want one. And I bit it. And one of them hard pearly candies broke my tooth. Way back here in the back. It was a bad break. I mean, it was bad. Half my tooth was missing. What I did not know, once I got to the dentist, they realized that there was a filling in that tooth, and what had happened is it had cracked underneath it. And so when I bit into that, the whole thing just fell apart. So anyhow, who here is petrified of the dentist? That would be me. I'm the biggest baby that ever lived in the world. Give me 1 second, because I just heard my son holler ugly words out of his bedroom at some gamer, and I need to tell him to close his door if he's going to curse and holler. Hey, Murphy! Murphy! Close your door! Hey, Marcel! So anyhow, for 3 days after Christmas, it took me 3 days to get a dental appointment. So 26, 27, 28. My birthday's the 29th. So I got it fixed, and I had been putting off some other dental work and kind of avoiding the dentist and kind of not going to the appointments and rescheduling because I had to have some other work done. And when I got in there, he fixed it for me, made sure I was real good and gassed up for it. And then he asked me what I wanted to do about the rest of the work. I said, come, let's just get it over with. I said, maybe the exposure therapy will help me out a lot. You know, let me tell y'all something. If you've never seen anybody have a panic attack in the dental chair, it is not a pretty sight. I have never cried in public a day in my life until I got in that. Every 2 weeks for the last 5 months, I have been in the dentist chair. All those days in between those 2-week appointments, I was an anxious mess because I was worried about having to go to the dentist in 2 weeks. You ever done that? You ever dreaded something so much that that's all you could think about? I sound crazy, don't I? I sound absolutely crazy. And Poppy still hadn't turned on the air conditioner. Okay. Marcel, I sent you a link in your Instagram. So whenever you're ready. See, Marcel knows just what I mean. Uh-oh, did I miss somebody? Oh, little fish. Okay. I cried like a baby. My dentist knows my language. Because every time, I don't like people real close to my face. I don't like anything in my face. I get super claustrophobic. So every time it would start getting to me a little bit, I'd start breathing really loud. Do the timeout sign like for football. And he'd back up and he'd go, you okay? You okay? And I'm like, just give me a minute. And I'd take some deep breaths and I'd say, okay, let's finish this. How quick can you be? But anyhow, I got all of my dental work done. I'm very happy with it. I have the best dentist in the world. If anybody out there is a baby and needs special attention when you go to the dentist office because you're a baby, Dr. Keel in Long Beach, Mississippi is the most wonderful dentist I've ever known in my entire life. So there's that. Hey, Jonesy, how are you this evening? Good day to you. I had to say that. I know I don't sound Australian, but that's okay. Hey, how do y'all like my hat that I just made myself? I love it. I made it like last week, and I've been wearing it ever since. And I love it. You may have to commute to see. Well, you definitely would. I mean, but you can spend the night here if you want to. I'll just get the blow-up mattress, and it'll be great. But I'm telling you what, nobody has ever taken care of me and treated me with so much respect in that situation as far as the dentist goes. Thank you very much, Lisa. Thank you very much. I'm on a crochet kick right now. My middle daughter, the one I just talked about that was 35 that tried to kill me with the Rice Krispie treats, she threatened me. You know, I guess she realized that she did not have a crocheted blanket from mommy. And I've been crocheting since I was 8 years old. So why she doesn't, well, she does have one. She just didn't know it. We've had a blanket in our family that I made when she was born for her, a full-size grown-up blanket, because I didn't see the point in making a baby blanket. I got so many in the baby shower, I didn't need any. So I made her a full-size grown-up blanket. And it's all pastel colors, pinks, you know, really pretty. It's a granny square. And it's lasted, it's in my living room right now, sitting over my sofa. She's 35 years old. So 35, 36 years is when I started working on it. So, but she didn't know that was hers. And she told me that, you know, Mom, I just want to let you know something. If you die before you make me a blanket, I will never forgive you. I said, do you know something I don't know? Am I going to die anytime soon? Now, this was a few months ago. And I told y'all I turned 58 in December. And on my 58th birthday, I'm like, good God, woman, you're pushing 60. Ooh, that's scary. I'm glad to be here, though. I mean, it's better than the alternative, right? Right? So anyhow, I got to thinking, and I said, you know, nobody's promised tomorrow. That's what my granny used to say all the time. She'd say, nobody's promised tomorrow. I need to get working on that blanket. So I did. And that's it right back there. This is a 8-point star in a granny stitch. And because when I talked to her about what yes, Lisa, yes, she told me the other day when I told her, I said, your blanket's almost finished. All I have to do is 60 more stitches on it. I'm not going to move it, but I'll show you. I've got these little pom-poms that I'm putting on it, and I've got 60 more to make all the way. It's a border. And I'm just going to say, Charlotte, next you go silent on me, I'm going straight to Erica. Well, I know you already did. She sent me the text that you sent her. I know it's not that bad. Well, thank you for letting me know that, Jonesy, because honestly, no birthday has ever bothered me before because, you know, I'm just happy to be alive. But 60 is creeping up on me, and it's feeling, you know, we're never as old as in our head, we're never as old as we actually are. And I mean, it's hard to explain. And I know most of y'all know this because y'all are very close to my age or, you know, creeping up on it or already past it. But DJ especially, he's just young and, you know, and and no offense, DJ, but you just don't understand it until you get there. I feel like I'm about to turn 60 and I feel like I'm still, you know, 20, 25, 30 in my head. One of my siblings will be 65 this year. Well, Dwayne, how old are you? You're in your 50s, aren't you? That's fine, Terry. You go on ahead and step away if you need to. I know you'll be back if you can. But anyhow, I decided to go ahead and make her. I'm actually making her 2 blankets. In case something happens to one, she'll have another one. And actually, I don't think she's going to have any children. Her and her husband talked about it a few times, and then they decided against it. And, you know, I wish that they would have one child because I believe that everybody needs one child. And I believe that even more as I get older. And I'm so grateful that I got the opportunity to raise 7, even though it was a lot of hard work and a lot of, okay, I'm going to toot my own horn. It was a lot of self-sacrifice and a lot of give. But that's what moms do, you know, and it's part of the job. I feel like I've been doing the job a really long time, though. My oldest daughter is pushing 40. So I was 20 when she was born. So we'll hit the zeros the same year. In fact, our birthday is she was born 5 days after my birthday. So that's kind of neat. Anyhow, hey, Rudy, how are you doing? You just keep posting the time. I'm looking, okay? Um, so anyhow, that's what I did. I made the blankets, and now I have no idea where Grumpus is. I did send him a text, though, and I let him know that we were going live. He might be out with Mrs. Grumpus at one of them fancy restaurants. Charlotte got a $45 bill. I sure wish I had a $45 bill. I don't know if I could spend it, though. People be looking at it going, good Lord, that's fake. We don't have $45 bills. I'm just running off at the mouth, aren't I? Gosh. I got a lot to talk about, though. So I got my whole mouth fixed. 45 divided by 3 is 15. I got my whole mouth fixed, and I'm happy about it. Well, then about, I guess it's been 5 weeks now. Remember Jules, the cat that used to drink out of the fish tank in the back of my thing when I had my fish tank up? We had to put him down. And, hey, Grumpus, how are you? Let me finish my story. So Jules got really sick, and we didn't know he was really sick until he was so sick that they couldn't save him. He had kidney failure. And if I talk about it too much, I'm going to get really emotional because I have not been the same since he went on to the Rainbow Bridge. And yeah, that was a hard thing to do. It was really hard. I never cared for cats ever in my life. And I don't know what was so special about him. But I was there when he was born. I don't know if y'all remember or not. I've told this story before, but my son-in-law convinced me to take some dumpster cat from the place where he worked, and I was taking care of that cat and realized that it was going to have kittens. And I was trying to find a home for this cat until I found out it was pregnant, and then I took care of it while it was pregnant, took care of the babies, found everybody homes, and I kept Julesy. And because I fell in love with Julesy, and I can't explain it. He was just my best buddy. And now he's gone, and it was awful. It was just awful. He was only 5 years old, and it just doesn't seem like he should be gone. And I miss him a whole bunch. I don't know what I'm going to do without him. But I tried something, y'all. I tried the old adage that the best cure for a broken heart is a new boyfriend. Right? Please tell me you've heard that before, because my granny used to say that to me all the time. Now, I don't know if she was just kind of real easy flapper girl, because she was a young woman in the 20s. Anyhow, but that's what she always used to say. Best cure for a broken heart's a new boyfriend. So I got me a new kitty cat. And I like her. It's a girlfriend. I never thought I'd ever have a female cat. But she's a kitten. She's a tiny, tiny little girl. Birdie. I don't know if she'll come or not. Because, she's still a baby and she's got a mind of her own. But I'm sure she'll come through here. Well, then, okay. We got past the Julesy story, right? And that's what I called him. His name was Jules, but I always called him Julesy. That cat would come to me. I'd go outside. I'd let him out, and he'd roam the neighborhood wherever cats go. And I would open the door back there and holler, Julesy. And within seconds, he would come running to me like he was a dog. It was the weirdest thing. I never seen a cat do that before. Of course, I don't have a lot of experience with cats either. But the very next week after we had to take care of Julesy, my dog, I don't know if y'all know this, but I got a puppy too. I got a puppy back in January. It's not a standard poodle like I wanted, but it's a Labradoodle German Shepherd mix. His name's Virgil. Virgil, here. Virgil. Are you sleeping? Come here. Yo, you were sleeping hard, weren't you? Good boy. Come here. Come on. Oh, he's a good boy. This is Virgil. He is a 5-month-old puppy who weighs almost 50 pounds. And he's much better now because you took my life savings, didn't you? We don't know what exactly was wrong with him. It had to be he got sick. He was vomiting and he was, it was gross. It was just gross. And I'm sure y'all can imagine. Thankfully, he only had 2 accidents in the house. He does look like a Virgil, doesn't he? That's what I told my husband whenever we picked him up. I said, because he has this gray hairs all over his face, and he has a few on his hind legs, but it's mostly on his face. And I said, what's the matter, Dinah? I said, he looks like a little old man. He needs a little old man's name. So that's what we did. We named him Virgil. Virgil, lay down. He's very smart. He is right now a teenager, so he's getting a little rebellious, but he's getting trained, and we're working so hard. No, I do not mean a grown adult dog. His birthday was December 1st. He looks like a grown adult dog, though, don't he? Anyhow, we took him to the vet. It took every dime I had to make him better, but I did it. And he got some antibiotics, and he got hydrated because he was so sick from being sick. And what else did they give him? Oh, we did find out he had hookworms. Oh, thank you, Marcel. I did. I went over 2,000 subscribers, y'all, and I haven't posted a real video in probably 8 or 10 months. I can't believe that people are still watching my channel, to be honest with you. And it kind of motivates me a little bit to get back. I'm going to get back on the wagon eventually, now that I have the time. But so anyhow, we got him fixed up. And now here we are. My grandson will be done. I'll be done babysitting him on Wednesday. And I've got time. I've got time now, y'all. So I'm glad that 2024, it's been pretty crappy for me, considering all the things that I hated to do had to happen in the first 5 months of 2024. Getting my teeth done, having to put my cat down, going to the vet with the dog. We really thought he was going to die, y'all. We really did. He wouldn't even get up. We had to carry him to the car to get him to the vet. It was scary. And, but anyhow, all of it's over now. My teeth are over. I probably won't ever be the same over Julesy, but that's the price you pay for loving your animals. And now Virgil is fine, and I'm not babysitting. So those 4 things are down and done and over with, and I have time now, which is pretty stinking amazing for me. And I know that things could have been worse. Things could have been much worse, and I am 1,000% aware of that situation. But it was just aggravating, just aggravating. It's that Carol used to have a channel with fish in the title. Who's Carol? Do I remember Carol? So now y'all can tell me about your 2024. I'm going to give you the floor. Oh, and remember I was telling you about the blanket thing? Of course you do. I have put it in my mind that I need to make 7 blankets for 7 babies. I have 7 kids. They all need a blanket. Now, Erica has one that I made for her. Well, actually, I made it for her father when I was 18. But when we divorced, he didn't want it, so I took it with me and gave it to her. Oh, yes. I know who that is now. I do. So she has that blanket. But I have not made one specifically for her. I did make my boys, Benjamin and Bailey, a blanket when they were probably about 10-ish, somewhere around there. They're only a year apart, so they might as well have both been 10. But it was a real small blanket for small little boys, and I need to make them a grown-up blanket now. In fact, my son, number 5, he just bought a house. He closed on it, I think, 2 weeks ago. And he's already living there, but he's not completely moved in yet. And he told me to wait and send all of the housewarming gifts after June 24th. So I'm waiting. Grumpus, you'll be tickled to know I got him a Wusthof knife. He wanted the chef's knife, so I got him that. And I'm going to make him a blanket to put in his living room or his bedroom. I don't care. And we're all getting together, and we're going to throw in and buy him a lawnmower. And so that's all about, when I say all, we're going to get together, I'm talking about all of my 4 adult kids other than him. Violet will probably contribute some. So there's a lot of us that are going to get together. Let's see, 4 kids, 5 kids, me, Wesley, and that's probably it. So 6 people getting together. We're going to get him a nice self-propelled lawnmower. I hope. So yeah, I think that'll be nice for him. However, in return, let me tell you what he has. Whoever bought the house, this is the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life, y'all. The woman who sold him the house bought it in December, spent one night there, and decided she didn't like it, the neighborhood, and she couldn't stay there. Now, would I have bought a house where he did? Probably not. But I have children, and well, I would have had children if I'd have bought a house back then when I lived in Jacksonville, and I would not have wanted my kids to go to the school that's there. So anyhow, but he's a single young man, and it was an affordable home that didn't need any work, and it was, in my opinion, not a reasonable price, but according to the home prices in Jacksonville, it was a reasonable price for him. So I'm very proud of him. I'm very, very proud of him. DJ said, well, Charlotte, I feel like I spent half my time trying to contact you and half working on YouTube. Well, DJ, here was my thought. Like I said, I have not been on my phone very much. I've kept it off a lot in the past few months. And if it wasn't off, it was just on, sitting in my bedroom in a drawer, charging. So, but I figured after I saw your messages, I thought, or where I missed your calls, I figured if it was super important, you would have texted me and said, hey, I got some tea for you. You need to contact me ASAP. I'll be honest with you. I've been very overwhelmed and have not been very social lately. And that's okay, because I do that every now and then. I just fall off the face of the earth. And yeah. I was telling Marcel last time I talked to her that I don't have a lot of friends, and I'm okay with that. I like to be friendly with people, but as far as relationships with people, I'm not real good at that. Heck, my husband don't even like me. Y'all know that ain't true, don't you? Oh my goodness. How many people are here? We got 9 people in here. Why don't y'all please hit the like button so YouTube will say, hey, Charlotte might be a little bit interesting this evening, and send my video out for everybody to look at. I'm really surprised there's 9 of you here, though. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it so much. I figured maybe it would just be me and Marcel tonight. And I only say that because I talked to her recently, and she said, yeah, if you go live, I'll be there. So thank you, Jonesy. Thank you. It's good to be back. I don't know what I'm going to be doing on my channel. I have some ideas, the same as usual. But there's some other things I want to incorporate. You're here twice. Grumpus, how are you here twice? I don't understand. I'm so confused. But look, so if y'all have any suggestions or anything that you want to see, go ahead and comment, because I'm open to, other than naked gardening, I'm open to just about anything. Of course, there's nothing out there. I did tell y'all that there was only 6 poor tomatoes out there. Now, I got tomatoes on there. They're green. They're trying to turn red. But I just didn't have any gumption or time to get out there and do anything. What I'd really like to do is just plant flowers this year. Other than the tomato, I would like some cucumbers. I don't know if it's too late, because our heat gets so bad here, and once it's hot, you can't grow anything but okra. But I would like to grow some cucumbers, and I don't even like green beans. I got a ton right here. I've got Royal Burgundy snap bush beans. This is 1/4 pound. And then I've got some rattlesnake beans. See how cheap that was, y'all? 1/4 pound for $2.35. That's why I go to the farm store and get my seeds from them, because they're super cheap and a good value. I've never had a problem with anything growing either. Hey, Jonesy, how is your garden? These were $2.35 as well. I don't even know why these are out. I was going to plant them, and then these are bush beans. I don't have enough room for bush beans. Oh God, I didn't tell y'all what happened too. That's one of the main reasons that I'm not gardening. I forgot to tell y'all about this. So I went out there at the beginning of the spring, and maybe it was last week of February, first week of March, because that's usually when I put my tomatoes in the ground. And this was crazy, y'all. I'm looking at my garden, and something wasn't right. And I had not been out there all winter long. Grumps, I want to thank you so much for sending me your letter. Oh, sorry, that was personal. I'm sorry. Anyhow, so I'm out there in the garden looking around thinking, what is weird about this? It doesn't look right. And of course, it's overgrown with weeds and all of that stuff. So I'm walking around, you know how it's set up. I got the big bed in the back, and then there's 3 long ones. And I'm walking through the paths, and I get to the back, and I look down, and I build my beds with 2x10 boards, one stacked on top of the other. So it's 19 inches-ish tall and 2 inches wide. So it looked like the top layer of those boards had fallen down on top of the bottom layer. And I said, well, that's weird. And I went to push it with my foot, and the thing crumbled. I'm like, oh my God, what's going on here? So I pick up a piece of the wood, and I'm looking at it. Termites, y'all, termites have eaten. Well, I had to replace that bed, and I got the metal beds that you can get on Amazon. It's about 10 feet long, about 3 feet wide. I like it. I'll show it on a video here soon. But I still have to replace all the other ones. I bet you out of all of the wood in my backyard, I've got 2 beds that are not affected. 2. So I need to replace everything. And it's going to cost a lot of money. And I just don't want to spend it right now. I've got other things that other irons in the fire, and I need to take care of those things first before I put it into the garden. And, you know, if it ain't one thing, it's another, right? Metal is better, Dwayne. It really is. It holds up better. Now down here in this humidity, I honestly don't know how long it will hold up, but I know it'll be more than 3 years. That those beds out there, we've built them between 3 and 4 years ago, and there's no reason we used treated lumber on most of them. So I don't understand what happened. I ended up with tomatoes, beans, peas, capsicum. That's peppers for y'all who don't speak Australian. And radishes and spring onion. That's a great haul. That is wonderful, Jonesy. I'm really happy for you. I'll be darned. You did say you were growing them on the table in pots because of the wallabies. Makes perfect sense. I'm glad you found a way to do it, though. And there's just no way to keep the wallabies out, huh? That's great. That is really great. I wish I had that much in mine. Oh, well. Well, you're in the middle of what? You're starting up winter now. So is it always too cold to grow things? Have you thought about trying to grow lettuces and beets or beetroot and things like that for the winter? Cauliflower, broccoli, things like you can grow those in pots too. And radishes. Radishes will grow in the cold too. I think you guys get about the same weather that we get here, give or take. I'm back. Not enough brown sugar. Well, that happens sometimes, Grumpus, y'all come on. You and Marcel are more than welcome to come up here and hang out with me and be my wingman. I need a wingman or a wing woman. If you go to Instagram, you'll find your links. Fun fact, there is no termites in Tasmania. It's too cold. No kidding. I was really concerned because I told Poppy, this is crazy, but this time of year, every year in Mississippi, we get termite swarms, and they will hang out around any light source. So at night, if you walk out your front door, you're going to get them in your face. Because when I say swarm, I'm not kidding. But I don't know if those are I don't think those are the subterranean termites. They're a different type of termite. And at least that's what I've been told through the grapevine here in my little town. But I told Poppy, I said, if the termites have eaten those garden beds like they have, what the heck does the inside of this house look like? And it's not my property. And I'm not sure if I should call my landlord and say, hey, you need to have a termite inspection done because this is what I know. And I'm not sure, Grumpus, you might know this. How often should people in the South get termite inspections? I don't know. All right, here she goes. Anyway.
Oh, hold on now.
Still, thank you very much, my little lady.
Let me mute you. I still got you going on YouTube. I'm so out of practice.
Me too, girl. Me too.
There you go. Yay, muted you.
Yeah, got all the ends weaved in. What do you think? Do I need to make you a hat?
Oh, I love your hat. I love it.
You do? I made another one for my son too. Remember the one I started last night?
Uh-huh.
Talking, the white one?
Yes.
Well, it's pale gray. Hang on a sec.
That one looks beachy.
Yeah, that's why I like it too. It does look beachy. And I'm just about done with this one too. I don't like the colors, but
they're so cute. If you were to sell those, every, young girl would go bananas for those.
This is my favorite one, and I'm not done with it yet. But I used all my scrap yarn to make this, and it's 100% cotton. And I'm going to put the brim on it, bucket hat brim. And I'm thinking about buying some I don't know how to say this word, millinery hat wire to put in the brim so that what it'll do is it'll stiffen it and make it stay out.
Oh, yeah. Oh, so cute.
But this, I started off as a knockoff of a hat made by a designer that sells for $1,200.
Yeah, I love the pops of blue in that one.
Thank you.
Yeah.
There's actually, some of it's blue and some of it is a pretty teal green color.
Yeah, see that
teal color? This one's the teal green color here, and this is the blue. And I don't know
like
what that. Oh, this is a light blue.
Like that, and a light teal like that. That's my daughter and I.
That's y'all's favorites. Good. And then this is the one that I made.
Yep. And I love it.
This is the one I made last night for my son.
Now that's definitely giving me winter vibes, but I like it.
Yes, it is. He wanted me to make him this to where I didn't know this at the time when I started making it, but as he was trying it on today, because I basically made it absolutely to fit him. And as he was trying it on, he said he wanted to wear it to band camp this summer. I said, son,
I'm telling you,
you realize this has wool in it, right?
I'm feeling a merch launch coming is what I'm thinking.
Are you feeling the pain medicine it's going to take to? I'm going to have to be.
I'll send you
medicated.
I'm going to send you a case of Excedrin. Okay.
Okay, that'll work. I need a case of Excedrin or maybe naproxen sodium. That's a leave, right? That'll work. And then here's a white, just a cream colored one that I made, I guess, last week. But I got these, and then I showed you the bag that I'm making for Millie, my granddaughter. It's just a little one. I want to make a bigger one.
You have been on it for sure. Goodness gracious, you have been working your little fingers off.
The crazy thing about this is, after I got off the phone, I started this at 2:30, right? Because I looked at the clock when I started.
Yeah.
And I didn't really do I had this much done when we finished talking to you, because it's hard to count and talk at the same time, right?
Yes.
So when I woke up this morning or this afternoon or whatever time it was, it took me maybe an hour and a half, and I was done. Wow. So that's cool. But I mean, it's not a lot. It's not a lot to it if you know how to do it.
And a lot of people, you're churning those out pretty quick.
See, now this one took me a long time because I was trying to look at the inside. This is how many different colors that I've used. Look at all that.
Yeah.
And I've weaved in half of them already. But
so how do you deal with the little that was the interior. And you just
that was the interior. What you do is you take this and you thread it onto a tapestry needle, and then you just weave it into the same color a few times. Weave it this way and weave it that way, and then cut it, and it'll stay put.
Okay.
Your Nan had something like that for her teapot. Yes, tea cozies. I have heard of those and I've seen them. That would be a great thing to make. I do have a tea kettle, but it's not. I don't have a teapot. I've got a miniature teapot that'll hold maybe 2 cups of tea.
Can you crochet coasters?
Yeah.
Yeah, because those would be.
I've got some somewhere. Oh, this is a little phone case I made.
That's so cute.
Isn't that adorable?
That's so cute. That'd be like perfect for like a little girl, like to go with the Easter dress or something.
Yes. Yeah. And you could even put little, those little chain straps
Yeah.
Just hook them in, and it can be a long one or a short one.
You could even use that like a glasses case.
Yes, definitely. Yeah, for anything. And this is cotton too. This is 100% cotton. I like using cotton a lot.
Yeah.
I like using wool a lot. There's some yarns that are great for this kind of stuff, and then other yarns not so great.
Yeah,
Cotton is my favorite.
Cotton's the best. Like I like cotton sheets. I can't stand those microfiber.
Oh, me too.
I can't stand them.
You know what? I ordered some sheets for Violet not long ago from Amazon, and I thought I was getting cotton sheets. Well, come to find out, they were those slick ones that are like polyester.
Yeah.
The worst sheets I have ever bought in my life. And they were more money than I should have spent on polyester sheets.
Yeah. We've got a few sets of those like that we've kept, from the kids' theme little comforter sets when they were younger. Like Emily had a unicorn set for a while, and then Jared had the Ninja Turtles, and all those little sets like that come with those microfiber sheets.
Yes.
And, we donated the comforters because they took up a lot of room, but we held on to the sheets just so we had the spare sheets, So we do have them here, but cotton sheets are way better.
Jonesy, what do you mean, what? What? She's thinking, are you trying to learn to crochet, Jonesy? Mr. Jonesy, why are you watching this old woman showing off her crochet stuff?
Well, I have my hoard of fabric in there, and I got it out, and I started sorting through it today. I'm going to get back to sewing my pillowcases. So.
Oh, good. You're going to have to teach me how to sew a lining for. Look, I know how to sew. I'm lying. I hate to sew.
Pillowcases are like my one thing. That's it. I'm a one-trick pony when it comes to sewing. That's like the only thing I know how to make.
I absolutely despise it. And but here's the thing. I think I showed you the lining for the purse that I'm making with the kittens on it last night. I don't know if you remember.
I don't know if I remember either.
Me and Marcel got a little bit hooted last night.
Yeah, we had like a 4-hour private stream.
Right.
Yeah.
But I need to sew that so that I can put it in and sew it to the the outside or the inside edge of the crochet fabric. And I'm a little nervous about doing that. I've never done it before. I've sewed other things. I've just never done that particular project before. And it makes me a little nervous because I will tell you this. After you let's pretend I made a big one of these and I wanted to carry it for every day.
Yeah.
After you put all those hours and hours of work into something like that, and you take a sewing machine to it and try to ruin it, that would be heartbreaking.
Yeah.
And honestly, this may sound crazy, but you probably understand this if you sew you do your best at what you do.
Yes.
And you put your heart and soul into something, and it means something to you. And then, so there's that. You don't want to mess it up.
My kids have several of the pillowcases I made, and a few of them I made as far back as 5 years ago, and they still use them regularly, and they get washed regularly, and they're still holding up. So I'm quite proud of my.
That's wonderful. Yeah. Do you know how to embroidery?
I don't know how to do that. I would probably if I wanted to do embroidery, there's a shop here. I'd probably take it over there and let them put their name or initial.
Oh, yeah. Well, and that's the thing too with embroidery machines nowadays. They can do anything. I mean, just all you got to do is program it and tell it what to do.
So that's pretty
and it takes seconds, to get it accomplished. Why would anybody do it by hand ever again? Ever?
Yeah, I hadn't even thought about that. That doing it.
Josie said, yeah, it's nothing like my usual AC/DC music time. Yeah, AC/DC. You know what? I was just listening to some of them. The whole Back in Black album, which in my opinion is their best album. But that's just my opinion. Marcel, can you take the reins for me for just a minute because I need to run to the ladies' room.
I will do my best.
Thank you.
I'm going to switch back over so I'm watching this on YouTube so I can see the chat. There's not a lag. Well, maybe if my internet will cooperate, there won't be a lag. So how's everybody been doing? Never mind. I'm back on the StreamYard side. There's a lag. Why do I pay for high-speed internet anyway? Grumpus, are you going to be able to come up?
He is. I heard it as soon as I stood up, but I had to tinkle so bad I just ran.
Oh,
hey, Grumpus, how are you?
Ladies, how y'all doing?
Long.
It is so good to see you.
Man, it's like getting the band back together.
It is.
Yeah, how are you feeling? Did you recover from your?
Oh yeah.
Your, yeah.
Recovery's just not as fast as it used to be.
Wow. I hear that. I hear that. 100%.
That's God's honest truth. So tell us about your 2024.
Well, it's just starting. Just
It's
starting tonight. No, it's been all right.
Has it? Good. I'm glad.
I've been missing everybody.
Me too.
I've kind of been in a kind of a mood.
Down in the dumps.
Yeah, well, not really down in the dumps. Just not a lot of want to anything.
Yeah,
I understand that completely. See, this is the thing, though. So many people that I've talked to have said the same thing about this particular era. Because I've been telling some people that I know, I just don't have a whole lot of get up and go. And I don't know if it's.
I work all week thinking about what I'm going to do on the weekend, and when the weekend gets here, I just won't feel like doing it.
Right.
I can't explain it.
It's completely understandable.
I'm not making excuses, but I can't explain it.
I totally get it, though. I really do.
Yeah, I get it too. We've been overwhelmed here with school stuff, and it obviously that takes precedence. I'm a stay-at-home mom, so what I do as I'm mom, like I'm
yes,
momming.
That's our job. We mom,
and it's everything else comes kind of secondary. And the last 3 weeks have been real hectic, just real hectic, and I'm kind of done. My kids get out next Friday at noon, and we're pretty much all three of us are counting the hours and minutes.
Rumpus has been bugging me about you, Charlotte. I'm sorry, DJ. I'm sorry.
Just ask him if he had heard from you.
Well, I get that. Yeah, no. Well, no. Nobody's really heard from me too much.
I mean, I've had a decent year so far. I just haven't
Good.
done a lot. Haven't done anything productive.
And that's okay. Dude, sometimes, I have realized my grandmother used to say that children are for young people. And I really never quite understood what she meant until I started watching my grandson. And y'all both know that my grandson is hardy.
I bet you had your hands full.
Yeah.
It has been exhausting. I'd have him for 3 days in a row, and I would need 3 days to recover.
Yeah, and I mean, it's easy to forget those little ones. They take all your time. I mean, they are relentless.
Right.
They don't give coffee breaks, and there's no scheduled lunch. I mean, it's on. The little kids are hard. And I had somebody ask me once, my kids are 17 and 11 now, so they're bigger. They can make sandwiches, or they're not independent, but I can catch a little break here and there. And I had somebody ask me, well, what's your fondest, how would you describe how you remember their time when they were little? And they go, give me one word.
Exhausting.
And I said, sweat.
Sweat.
Yeah. I said, I was so hot and sweaty all the time, carrying a toddler and all the equipment, and then chasing after a 5-year-old with a baby on my hip, and trying to carry everything out to the car, and then lugging her in and out of the store. And I mean, I remember it also vividly. Sometimes I can't believe
I have muscles right here that are, for somebody who doesn't exercise and work out, I got some pretty awesome muscles right here. And people ask me, my son tells me, Mom, you're the only woman I know that can hit like a man. How he knows that, I don't know. Maybe. But I tell people all the time, I'm like, these are from slinging kids for 40 years.
Yeah.
You know, you pick them up, and I've had little kids for 40 years.
Yeah, it's very physically intensive to have little children.
Honestly, I didn't just sling my own, I slung other people's kids too. I call it slinging. I mean, picking them up and, putting them here, putting them there.
Slinging is an appropriate word for sure.
Yeah, that's what it feels like. You're slinging kids.
When my son was 6 months old, and this obviously he was my first child, right? And I was home with him for most of the time. I was self-employed at the time, so I was able to give myself some time. And then I had to go back to work. But I stayed home with him for about 6 months ish, working part-time, really, with my law practice. And then I was going to put him in daycare. We were making those plans. My best friend's a massage therapist, and she drove out to spend the day with me, and she brought her table, and she was like, I'm going to give you a massage. And I'd actually never had a professional massage. And so she got me on the table, and it was the funniest thing in the world. And she goes, all right, Marcel, let's do this. She goes, I'm going to give you your neck back.
Oh my goodness.
Like this. She was like, I'm going to give you your neck back.
That's great.
Like the Mr. Miyagi thing. She was ready to dig in there.
You were lucky to get that.
Yeah, I really was. So I fell asleep like 5 times on the table, even though she was digging into my shoulders. Like,
I have only had a massage one time in my life from a professional. And it wasn't that kind of intense massage like what you're talking about. It was a hot stone massage.
I've never had one of those, and I've always wanted to try one.
Oh my gosh. Insanely amazing. So relaxing. And I need to do it again. The last time was like 20 years ago.
Wow. I have to do it. My friend does that. And I haven't gone to see her in a long time. She works her little office is in San Antonio, and she's probably a good 45-minute clip from me.
Right.
She's over, her office is near the airport, so the traffic kind of gets crazy over there.
Sure. DJ said that you had a good time in Houston with Dibble Dog.
Oh yeah, I met him at the barbecue cook-off.
Oh, cool. When that was going on, I figured that you were probably there. I heard about it through the grapevine, and just watching videos.
Thursday, Friday, and Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
I must have walked 20 miles just from the parking lot to the tent.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah, those rodeos get so big. I've never been to the Houston rodeo, but the San Antonio rodeo is massive.
Well, they probably parked me half a mile to 3/4 of a mile from the gate.
That seems like a little too far.
Well, I was thinking that every night I walked it.
I bet you did. They didn't have any kind of shuttles or anything?
Yeah, little golf carts taking.
Well, they got the little guys in the rickshaw type things. They want, you're paying $25 to park. Then they want $20 to give you a ride to the gate.
For goodness sakes, are you kidding me?
Then it was another $20 to get in the gate. When I spent a fortune for a free sandwich.
Oh my God.
It was expensive.
But that's the thing. We're like, CJ and
But I met all the guys there. Yeah, it was a
Yeah.
whole pile of us.
Yeah.
So
I think I
it
saw
was fun.
CJ. I think I saw CJ go live a few times from there.
Yeah, it's hard when you're there because it's there's so many people,
Mhm.
and you can hardly get a signal. But some of them tried to go live for a few minutes, but they weren't having a lot of success with it.
What's wrong with the signal?
Well, it's just so many people. Just there's not a bandwidth.
Everybody's on there.
Gotcha. I got you.
Everybody's on Instagram and TikTok and twerking and all that
Right.
kind of stuff all at the same time.
Yeah.
The radio.
Wow. Do you know he still hasn't turned on the air conditioner?
What's the temperature there right now, Charlotte?
112. No, I don't know.
It's coming.
I have no idea.
I just had
Let
them
me
work
look
on my AC today.
Really?
Well, yeah, it was running yesterday, and I noticed about 5 o'clock. I went in and asked the wife. I said, "Doesn't seem like getting a little warm in here to you?" And the compressor had stopped running.
Oh, Jesus.
So I got
How
them out here
come?
early this morning. They took care of it.
It's in the 80s.
Yeah, I got
At
to
least
have my AC.
it was today. Right now it's 76.
It's 76 here too.
But it's humid AF. It's 82% humidity right now.
Yeah,
And that's mild.
Marcel, did
Y'all
you get any
know.
of that storm?
Yes, we did.
Did you see my shorts? Check out my shorts. We had the storm last week. It set on like really sunny here. Like we just weren't checking the weather because the weather was pretty normal. And then like I could see the storm in the distance. I could see the lightning and the clouds. And then we didn't think much about it. We're like, okay, it's just going to pull through here, And I actually went and I took a shower. And then Evan was in his little home office. Emery was plugged into her tablet. Jared was on his phone with his friends, or he was back there playing a video game or something. And then the dog was going crazy. And I heard all this racket as I got out of the shower, and I didn't know what was going on, but I could hear it. And so I came out in the house, and on our deck, we have a shelf that has a bunch of stuff on it, like citronella and pots and all kinds of stuff, and everything, absolutely everything was blown off that shelf. The rockers had moved. I mean, it was like, what the hell just happened? And then we noticed right off the house that the pool, which we had just emptied, we kept it above ground pool. We kept it a third of the way full all winter just to have some weight in it. Well, we had literally just drained it. We were going to clean it and fill it last weekend. And we noticed that it had been completely toppled, and it was over the deck. Like it had been picked up. And then off in the distance, we couldn't see more damage that happened. We have a small storage shed up there. We saw in the morning had been completely blown apart. And then the chicken coop had been it was dug down into the sand. No live birds in it right now. But the chicken coop got lifted up and body slammed down, and it was, separated, and it's repairable, but it's damaged. And we don't know what happened. And our neighbor has, we can see he's, over a little ways, but he has a big fire pit with a bunch of black Adirondack chairs, and they were blown around. I don't know. It was crazy. And so, yeah, we did. And the pool is ruined. It was ruined. The shed was ruined. So yay. But, note to self, put some sandbags in that sucker next time.
Well, we didn't have no power at the shop Friday, so I sent everybody home, and I still don't have any power there yet.
Wow.
Oh my.
And they're talking there may be it may be weeks for some people, because the big high tension towers, we lost 10 of those.
Oh my
And
God.
they were saying Friday that it may take 3 or 4 days for CenterPoint to even assess the damage.
Was it tornadoes or just high wind?
It depends on who you're asking.
Right.
I mean, there's some houses not too far from me had the roofs, tore off of them, and trees uprooted and stuff like that.
See, we thought
downtown got hammered pretty good.
Really?
They pretty much, I mean, it sucked glass out of the high-rise buildings. They had most of downtown shut down Friday
Oh, wow.
just because, they're trying to clean glass up and glass is still falling out of the buildings.
Well, we don't, if it was a small tornado or something that tore through here, it managed to miss every single tree on my property. But I really thought we were going to see some trees down. But
Yeah.
there was.
I was on the freeway going home, and when it come blowing through, and it turned dark as midnight. I mean, it was black at 6 o'clock.
It's crazy.
I hadn't seen anything. I've never seen anything like that.
Yeah, but it was
I've been through
and
several.
Nobody in my house nobody else heard any of that racket. I was like, did y'all hear that? Like, what just happened?
And they're like, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
It's just like when we hit the deer. When we were on our way to New Orleans, and we hit that deer. That buck ran out in front of us. We couldn't avoid it, and slammed. And the car stopped. Everything. We were all in shock for like a second. And my son's in the third seat of the car with those dang things in his ears, and he probably, why did we stop? Like, he had no idea. What happened. Like, he's like, what's the hold up there, y'all? Come on.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, no clue.
Now we did not get we didn't get that severe of the storm. No, whatever we got was not that severe.
Yeah.
Apparently you guys blew it down a little bit for us.
Yeah.
You're
welcome.
But the wind, and I think our storm was after your storm, because y'all
probably the same storm passing through.
Right. But it was a couple of days difference. I remember seeing it on the news going, oh God, we're in for it tonight. And we weren't. So it was whatever was going on was moving very slowly, or it was a different part of the system. I don't know.
Yeah.
I wasn't watching the radar or anything, but the wind, that was the main part of it, was the wind. The wind was, I mean, we did get a lot of rain, but we get a lot of rain all the time. It hurricanes out there 24/7, just about, during the early spring and spring in general. But nothing got damaged here. I mean, we had branches fall randomly across the yard that we had to pick up, and not big branches, but little, just tree debris.
Well, I had a cover on my gas grill with Velcro ties at the bottom, and it shredded that thing and ripped it off the grill.
Oh my God.
So it come blowing through pretty rough at the house.
That's
what's weird is the little chicken coop that we have, it's mostly open.
Fill my wine, guys.
It's mostly open, so you would think it's kind of at the top of a hill, but the wind should have just gone through it, and it was like something picked it up and moved it, which is strange. Maybe the gust caught in the roof and
yeah, probably did catch the roof like a parachute.
Yeah, really weird. But
it's pretty nasty. I've gone through several hurricanes since I've been here, but I haven't seen anything like that.
It's scary weather. It's very scary.
And I don't think we've started hurricane season yet, have we?
It's
September. Don't we have like another month?
I think it starts in September. Yeah, officially. So what else has been going on, Rumbus?
Not a whole lot. I mean,
what have you been cooking?
Just regular stuff in the kitchen. I haven't done much cooking outside at all.
I understand that. Yeah, we haven't been doing much of that either.
We've had a lot of rain.
Yeah.
And I mean, it just seems like you can't get the backyard dried out. I mean, the backyard is just slick. It's muddy, and I can't seem to get it dried out. She got her a new kitty.
She got the baby. She's so.
This is Birdie.
I wish her little paws are different colors. It's so pretty. What a cool looking cat.
Thank
How old is
you.
she?
I thought she was 7 or 8 weeks.
Okay.
Really distinct little markings.
Yeah. She's a good kitty. She's not my familiar, but she's a good kitty.
Are the other cats kind
DJ, you just keep that information to yourself. We don't want to hear about that. I'm not ready.
Why did
and we have
started in September?
We have been so lucky the last 2 or 3 seasons because we haven't had any. Oh God, I shouldn't even say it. I just knocked on wood, y'all. We've been very lucky. I'm just going to say that. No evacuations, no nothing. And I got a feeling, down here on the coast of Mississippi, you don't go 3 seasons without some event. Something. So, yeah, we're good.
June through November 30th. Yeah, I don't know. September.
Yeah. And honestly,
maybe that's
the last hurricane we got was right before Halloween. That Hurricane Zeta, and it ate this place up. There were boats from the harbor sitting on Highway 90. It was pretty cool. It was really sad to see those beautiful boats, in such a state of destruction.
Right.
But it was kind of cool seeing boats up on the stinking highway. I'm like, what is this? Had never seen anything like that.
It's just impressive that something's powerful enough to do this, relocate something that big.
Exactly. And these were big freaking boats. They were not little 14-foot ski boats,
Yeah.
These were motor yachts and cuddy cabins and all that stuff. It was a 40-foot carver sitting in the Burger King parking lot.
Yeah.
You think we could get that as an abandoned?
Yeah. After
we said no, it's not floating. If it was floating, we could go get it. But no, we can't.
After Harvey,
I've seen
there were boats everywhere down at Rockport and Port A. Boats that had come in. They were like boats in the middle of the busy streets. It was insane.
Wow. Dwayne said, I've seen a bad storm with a tornado with hailstones the size of baseball. So I've never seen that. No, I've never seen that.
My brother experienced that. He's up in Wiley, just northeast of Dallas.
Right.
And they had a storm blow through, a tornado, and drop some hail and stuff, and it beat up his cars, beat up the house. Was cleaning all that mess up, and he was at I think him and his wife was at Home Depot buying some stuff to replace hail damage, and while they was at Home Depot, hail blew in again, just beat the crap out of the rental car they were in.
Oh my God.
And he had ice laying in the living room floor where it came through the roof, through the sheetrock, and down, sitting on the floor and on our coffee tables.
That is crazy.
That's terrifying.
Crazy.
He had to replace his whole roof, had to replace the AC units. It tore everything up.
I've never seen hail that big. The biggest I've seen is probably about the size of ping pong balls. Yeah.
Yeah, hail's nothing to mess around with. You can't protect anything.
Yeah. No.
There's no way you can protect anything.
Puppy!
Uh-oh.
Dad, my dog just pukes.
That was like my zoo over here. The minute I was trying to come on and join her, the zoo started going crazy. My cat started.
Take care of it, please.
The dog had to go out.
Boom.
What happened? Oh, we got me. This is serious.
Dog tossed his cookies.
He just puked.
Oh my gosh.
That's his job.
Apparently, he had eaten a whole crap ton of food. Who gave him that much food? I can't.
Look away.
Wesley, is it gone? It's gone? Oh, God.
Now that poor dog's probably
Oh, I saw
hungry.
right here. I don't know if he overate or if it's still some lingering illness, and it worries the shit out of me. But he goes back to the vet on Monday.
Or was it like a huge amount of?
Yeah, it was a great big pile. Like,
he overate then.
Yeah.
And it was barely digested.
Oh, yeah. Well, does he get after the cat's food? Do you leave the cat's food down?
No.
Yeah, because I know I have to feed mine on like intervals. I don't leave food down because they go eat each other's food and they get sick on
Right.
it.
Right.
Yeah, I gotta feed the cat just a little bit, 5 or 6 times a day, because if I put
That's what I do.
She'll toss it every
Yeah.
time.
Yeah.
You feed him past anything?
I did give him a little bit that was left over, but it was less than a quarter cup of food.
Maybe 6 really, 7 points.
Really?
What I gave him here, but I guess it didn't try to 2 things.
Why don't you take him out?
See, I've got Ellie Mae. Ellie's asleep, or I'd show
Is
her
she?
to you guys. Yeah, she's conked out right now.
Ellie Mae is cute as a button.
She's my baby.
And I love that she has that name of that little blonde girl on the Beverly Hillbillies.
So funny. She does this when we come home. You know how dogs get so excited when you come home? This little dog, her whole body wiggles, and she does the most intense little butt wiggle you've ever seen in your life. I mean, it is, she practically can't stay on her front paws because she's wiggling so hard in the back. She's so excited. She loves hard.
She's a little thing. I don't know. Cameras can be so deceiving, but when you said she was 30 pounds, I thought of a bigger dog. And then when you lifted her up, I'm like, you mean you can pick her up?
Oh,
Come here, buddy. Come on. What?
she's so sweet.
Okay. Look at her.
Don't eat all the food, Virgil. Oh, you got kisses. You got barfy kisses. That's true love right there.
I tell you what, I know what was on that tongue 2 minutes ago.
From this, I'm gonna throw up. Wesley.
She was enjoying the moment too there, wasn't she?
So,
Well, I don't care. I've had look, them kids have done worse. I've had it. That's why I was trying to keep it off my mouth. Like, oh God, just the chin. He's a good boy though. He can sit, he can stay. He knows what out means. Like if he's in the living room and I say out, that means go your butt in the kitchen. Get out of my living room. You ain't allowed in here. Or if he's in my bedroom, I say out. He ain't allowed unsupervised in my bedroom either. But he's pretty much supervised 24/7.
Chew everything.
Huh?
I said they'll chew everything up. Unsupervised.
He can lay down. He can. He's okay with recall in the house, not outside. But there's, like I said, a lot of his issue is he's a teenager and he's distracted by everything, and it's going to take just repetition and consistency to get him really good at the recall and all that stuff. That's the main thing that I'm worried about. And I've always been afraid of that. If you're out in the yard and he's not on the lead and he goes by the road, you need him here now. You want him to come now. No ifs, ands, or buts. So, but honestly, we really never have him outside without his leash on. I've got a 6-foot leash. I've got a 30-foot leash. I've got one of those little short leashes. It's basically just a little hook with a loop on it, so I can keep him really close. He's a great dog, though. Just a great, smart, funny. He's really funny. He does some dumb, goofy stuff. But
he's a baby.
He is. He's a huge baby. He's a 50-pound baby.
Yeah.
And I don't know how much more he's going to grow. Truly.
What did your vet predict?
Nothing yet, but the encounters that we've had with the vet so far have been, let's get this dog well. When he goes back tomorrow, he's getting his third round of shots, because we got him a couple of months ago, and it seemed like one thing, we couldn't get him into the vet. We couldn't get him in because we were busy doing this and busy doing that. And then the thing happened with the cat, and then he got sick. In fact, he had an appointment the Monday after the cat. No. The Monday before the cat went to the vet to get put down. And we didn't put the cat down till Tuesday, but I couldn't take him because the cat was at the vet. And so it's just been one thing after the next, keeping me from taking him to get that third set of shots. And so that's what we're doing Monday. And I want to talk to the vet about him still puking. It's not the same kind of puke, though. It's real. This did not look like, oh God, I'm sick puke. This looked like I ate too much and I was a pig. So
Yeah.
And I just probably confused. Okay, I know there's one thing in your house I wouldn't want him to get in your room. You did confuse me.
You confused all
My
of us.
mattress.
What's that mean?
My mattress. He ain't getting my my yarn. My yarn. Oh, DJ, my yarn.
Yeah.
Those are the two things he cannot get in my room, is my yarn and my mattress.
How is DJ so familiar with your bedroom?
I have no idea. Except for the fact that when he calls me, I'm usually sitting up in my bed and he sees the wall behind me. I did get a bed frame, though. I have an actual grown-up bed now. My room doesn't look like I live in a college dorm anymore.
That's good.
Oh, yes. That thing. Well, no, I don't want him to have that either. No, but that's not anywhere where he could get to it. It's on his shelf. So that's good.
I've been having to watch Ellie because she's been real attracted to she can smell the wood in the sofa, and she's been trying to get and she got one little corner of it. And, it's so funny because I came across pictures when we first moved over here, and now my sofa's about 8 years old, but even since we moved into this house, I have pictures when we first moved in where the kids were sitting on the sofa and all this stuff. It still looked really good.
Right.
But now after, taking on 3 more cats and then bringing on Ellie Mae, it does not look like it once did. It looks well used.
Well, I was going to tell you, the woman who sold my son the house, she put it on the market in January. She bought it in mid-December, spent one night there, and put it on the market in January.
Oh, yeah.
I can't imagine how much money this woman lost.
Was it haunted or something?
No, there's nothing wrong with it. She just didn't like the neighborhood. She was scared of the neighborhood. And she's a single woman, alone, kind of young. I don't know. The neighborhood actually is not a bad neighborhood. It's a working class neighborhood. But maybe she was one of them kind of people that wasn't working class. I don't know. But
That's really strange. I mean, did she not see the house before she bought it?
No, she bought it online, sight unseen, basically. I mean, she bought it before. Her sister lived in Jacksonville. She wanted to be close to her sister. So she bought a house. None of it makes sense to me.
That's so risky.
Right.
Yeah,
so anyhow, that's the only reason I'm familiar with you. Yeah, DJ said that's the only reason he's familiar with my house.
You don't have to backpedal.
But anyhow, she left a brand new sofa set behind, and he doesn't want it. So I said, "What are you gonna do with it?" He said, "I'm gonna find somebody to take it." I said, "Sold."
Yeah, bring it over here.
So, well, he can't bring it because he doesn't have a vehicle And so my other son, who lives in Jacksonville, I'm going to rent a U-Haul for him to bring it halfway, and me and Wesley are going to meet him and put it in our truck and bring it home.
Oh,
And I'm so excited because it is the most gorgeous velvet pea green set I have ever seen in my life, and I love it. It's so retro, and I like green a lot. That's one of my very favorite colors, and especially baby shit pea green, you know. And that's what I'm gonna decorate my entire freaking living room around that sofa set. As long as
send me a picture.
Well,
do it. Text me later.
I'll text you later because it's on my phone and not on my computer. So
that's like where all my pictures are too. So.
What do you think of the picture quality?
It's really good.
It's good.
Yeah, because I'm on my phone, my Google Pixel phone.
Okay.
And Marcel mentioned last night how good it was on the phone versus because my phone battery was dying last night, so I had to switch to the computer, and then it went to crap.
The colors look really nice.
Yeah,
good. Thank
colors
you.
Look real good.
Yeah.
Well, they're pretty accurate too. I mean, I'm looking at they're all very accurate. This is the color shirt I'm wearing. I mean, what you see is what I'm wearing. Before I went on live stream, I went in the bathroom and I washed my face and I brushed my teeth. I don't know why I do that before a live stream. I just feel it's necessary.
I did the same thing because I knew.
And I put my lips on because I don't wear a lot of makeup, but I don't leave my house without lipstick on. I don't do anything.
My wife's the same way.
Really?
Yeah.
My granny was that way, and I don't know if it's a throwback from her, but I don't wear mascara. Now, Granny, she always put powder on.
Yeah.
Powder. She would put her, what was it called? Cody brand. It was Cody, and it was in a little, it looked like.
It was in that it was like gold, and it had like
yes, and it had like
little makeup.
Yeah, gold and orange. Yeah. And she had a little puff on it, and she would put powder on, and then she put that bright red. My granny, from the day she discovered lipstick, it was bright red lipstick. And you know what's so funny? It looked amazing on her. Absolutely amazing. Even when she was, this is a funny story. After she passed away, they take them to the funeral home and they get them ready for the big day, right? And they make their faces up. And they called me and said, hey, come check and see if this is acceptable, because, and I walked in there and I said, who the hell put pink lipstick on my granny? They had this pale pink. I said, no. She will haunt me for the rest of my life. Let me go home and get her lipstick.
Oh, man.
So I did. I went home and I got her lipstick and they put it on her and she looked like my granny. I said, there ain't no way. If she thought that we buried her in pink lipstick, she would definitely haunt us and future generations of us. So.
Well, Vicky put her lipstick on. She's working in the front yard in case a neighbor comes by
Me
and talks
too.
to her.
And I used to wear my pearls when I was doing yard work. It was great. My girlfriend, I've known this girl since I was in the 7th grade. Her name's Cindy. And I used to wear pearls at school because that was just my thing. Pearls are my thing. It's almost like having a trademark perfume.
Yeah.
Whatever that, but pearls were it. Do you remember a few months ago, Poppy got my pearls fixed for me?
Yeah, I remember.
Damn things broke again. So apparently the people who fixed it did a shoddy job. And I have to edit that out. They did a shoddy job because it didn't take 3 months and they were broken. They went everywhere. I don't know yet if I have all of them.
You're going to have to go to Academy, get some kind of a steel leader or something.
No kidding. I'm so tempted to do that. What I thought about doing is making a sweater and just crocheting them into the right around the neck.
Just wear
But
the same sweater all the time.
I honestly believe that it's time for new ones. I really, I think it's time for new ones. I might make a bracelet out of the ones that are left, but I think it's time for an upgrade. I mean, they were nice pearls. Don't get me wrong. They were good. They weren't the cheapest and they weren't the most expensive. But I think it's time for I'm an old lady now, and by God,
Well, you got to treat yourself once in a while.
I'm going to treat myself to some upgraded pearls. Thinking South Sea, maybe some, I don't know. That would be nice, though. That would be really nice.
Yeah, that's nice. It'd be really nice.
And I don't want big ones. I mean, I've got a set of 10 millimeter pearls, but I can't wear them because they're so heavy that they aggravate me.
I've got a string of black pearls. But I rarely wear them because they were a gift from my ex-husband. But I still really like them.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
I have a set of Tahitian pearl earrings and a pendant, but that's not enough Tahitian pearls for me. I want a whole strand. And I'm a little snobbish. You know how some people are real snobbish about their clothes or their yarn I'm really snobbish about pearls, and I don't like dyed pearls because to me that just takes away from the pearl. It's not really even a pearl anymore after you dye it. So, but I like really light white pearls, or if it's going to be a black or gray pearl, I want it to be a Tahitian pearl. And I don't know, maybe that comes from my years of working in a jewelry store and having more knowledge than the general public about jewelry and stuff. But now I do not mind wearing fake diamonds. As long as it sparkles, I don't give a crap.
I've got some CZs going here that I really love. They're
they're
quality.
great.
Yeah.
And honestly, there's not the only difference between a CZ that's lab grown and a real diamond, they use the same material. It's made up of the same elements molecularly, but the density is different. And that's really the only way you can tell the difference. When I worked in the jewelry store, we had density. It was this little pin, and you stuck it on the diamond, and it would tell you if it was real or not. And it measured the density of the diamond or whatever stone they were bringing you. And pawn shops have them too.
One
day
I'll have real ones, but I'm a little bit of a snobby one too. I don't want small ones. I got my eyes on big ones, which
I do not.
Are way out of my price range right now. So
when it comes to pearls, I like medium-sized pearls. I'm talking 8 millimeters or so, maybe 7 to 8 millimeters. And that's not the little dainty ones, but it's not the really big, heavy, annoying ones. They're a good everyday pearl. But as far as rings or other jewelry is concerned, the bigger that shit is, the better I like it. I'm serious. And I'm a petite. I've always been a petite woman. I'm heavier now than I've ever been in my life. But I'm still not what one might consider morbidly obese. So
I understand this.
I can still wear a pair of jeans and make people's heads turn if I cover my face up. Seriously. But
it's going to be so interesting when we finally get to meet in person to stand side by side because, I'm 5'1".
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, so we're going to have to get like full body shots somehow.
And I weigh about 147 pounds now.
Yeah.
So there's that.
I understand that too.
And I call that my menopause gut. Because I didn't have that until about 2 years after I had Murphy. Actually, that's not true. Yes, it is. After I had Murphy, my number 7 child, I never saw my waist again. Not like it was before. Not like it was before. I have a waist. It's just not nearly as hourglassy as it used to be.
Well, I've been working out really hard for the last month, and I'm still working out. And I've seen a lot of changes in my body. Not a lot of change in my weight necessarily, but a lot of change
the
in
composition,
the shape of my
right?
body. Yeah,
Right,
then that's keeping me motivated to keep going.
right, right.
doing
Good,
like that.
good.
Oh, I'm really
And you know
enjoying
what? I don't think the weight is nearly as important as what you're saying. You know, the composition.
it. Yeah.
You know, tone, being, and I'm not. I looked at myself in the mirror the other day, and I'm like, ooh, who is that old woman? Jesus, what happened to you? But that's okay. I'm almost 60 years old. I'm not supposed to look like I did when I was 30, right? Right?
Wow.
Yeah, right. Damn it.
Right.
I'm 52 and I'm on a mission. I will look like.
See, and
Yeah.
I know a lady, and I'm not going to mention her name. It's not you, Marcel. It's somebody in my neighborhood, okay? Somebody that I've known since our daughters were both about 4 years old. And she recently turned about, if I had to guess, I would say she has a daughter 2 years older than Violet. And she was very young when she got married. Not teenager, but right, young 20s. So I'm going to guess and say that she is 42 to 45. Okay. Last summer, she decided that she looked way old. She went and got a boob job, a Brazilian butt lift, and something else. I think a facelift.
I don't like those butt lifts. I think
That's dangerous. I don't like it.
They make people look deformed.
Well, I don't need a butt lift, but maybe I just Bobby a long time ago. I was like, good thing you're an ass man, because the rest of it's disappointing. I said, but my dad used to always tell me to use your assets. No, he said, know what your assets are and use them. Dad, I know what they are. I don't think you want me using them.
Hi, Pia. Pia's here.
Hey, Pia, how are you? It's good to see you.
How you doing, Pia?
I saw that you just the videos you've been posting about the AI, and I love them. I'm sorry that I'm not showing up on your streams, but yeah, life has taken over. But I watch them after the fact, I promise. And I'm learning a lot. And thank you. Y'all, if y'all don't know about AI, seriously, go look at her videos.
Yeah, she has amazing informational videos on all things AI.
All things. And it is really eye-opening, truly eye-opening. From anything from how to actually navigate things and create things, to ethical issues, to what was the other thing I was going to say? There was one more thing. Rules as far as how YouTube wants you to disclose all of the AI material that you like. Do you need to disclose this? Do you need to disclose that? Like if you make a thumbnail with AI, you don't need to really disclose that. But if your whole video is made of AI and it is like copying, say your video looks like Alec Baldwin, and I'm using him because I hate his guts. I always have, ever since I heard the audio of him calling his daughter a pig. I was like, you are a piece of crap, mister. And
I don't think I ever saw that.
Oh, it happened back in the either late 90s, early 2000s. And his daughter was a young girl. And he was calling her a pig. And he was raging at her. And if you Google it, you can probably listen to it.
Oh,
But
is that his daughter with Kim Basinger?
Probably, yeah. I don't know, but probably, because it was during that time. So I think he's a piece of crap human being.
put a link to Pia's channel.
I don't know what kind of person does something like that. Yeah, they're great. Thanks. Yeah. Anybody who's interested, all of you 6 lurkers out there, or 5, if you want to know about AI, that's the channel to go to. Just check out Marcel's link. But yeah,
You're
anyhow,
welcome.
if say you're making a video and instead of your voice, you're using his voice and you're using his likeness, then yes, you have to disclose that, or anybody else's likeness. And I've just used him for an example, anybody else's likeness and voice. Because YouTube wants to know if that's the real, well, there's liability issues. You know, what if you say something that person would never say and you damage their credibility or what have you? That's just totally unethical. So, bam, done. Done talking about it. We all know. We all know that. Makes common sense to us, doesn't it? Some people it doesn't. Tell you what. Let me tell you what. I watch a crochet channel. And I love her. And anybody who crochets knows exactly who this is because she just made 1 million subscribers after 10 years on YouTube. She's an amazing
Who's this?
human being. The name of her channel is Bag O Day Crochet. Common sense is not very, no, it isn't.
Really?
Yeah. In fact, it's not common at all, is it? But anyhow, this channel, Crystal is her name. She did a 1 million subscriber live stream and she was giving away tons of yarn and just doing giveaway after giveaway. Somebody swatted her. This kind, gentle, generous person. She's got 1,200 or more videos on her channel of free crochet tutorials. So if you're the kind of person who can't read a pattern, all you have to do is go to her channel and do what she tells you, and you can make whatever you want to make. She's a really interesting lady, and she's got 5 kids. Her kids were at home during all that swatting. It was just a real tragedy that somebody was so jealous of her success that they had to ruin that for her.
What did they do?
They swatted her.
I'm not familiar with that term.
Okay. Well, when you get swatted, somebody calls the police and says some terrible crime's happening at your house right now, and they come up with the SWAT team.
I was thinking like somebody hit her or something.
No. The police showed up at her house during the live stream.
Oh my
guns
gosh.
ablazing.
Can you imagine?
Guns ablazing. With her kids there. I think her youngest child is somewhere around 10 or 11 years old. Can you imagine?
And I mean, what could they have possibly said to make the SWAT team show?
I'm not sure. I really don't know. I've seen it happen one other time to a channel. It can lead to terrible things. Yeah. It is very dangerous, because if you give the cops a hard time during something like that, let's say you're in your house, you're not doing nothing, you're drinking your coffee, and all of a sudden they come to the door, guns blazing, they will shoot you because they think something terrible is going on and they're in that zone. And you know how cops are these days. They shoot first, ask questions later.
I wonder. I mean, I hope they find the person that did that because that's terrible.
Well, she says that she knows who it is, but she won't call any names, which is really admirable of her, because if it was me, I'd be posting that crap everywhere. But she's not. Well, and there's an investigation going on, and so she's been told don't say anything about it to anybody. So anyhow, we'll see how it pans out. But the funny thing is, this happened maybe 3 weeks ago, and tonight she had to make a video because I just watched it before I came on my live stream because I thought, that's weird. She named her video just numbers, and she never does that. And yes, exactly, Pia. That's true. She said people have been shot for less during these things like this. They say things like someone is held against their will or something like that. That's what Pia says. That somebody's being held against their will. Or something bad like child abuse is happening. I hear these kids screaming and blah, 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 whatever. But what was I going to say? Oh, tonight she posted a video because somebody in that group that doesn't care for her or who is, in my opinion, jealous, because if you were to watch one of her videos, you would understand that there's no reason in the world not to like her or to at least have respect for what she's doing.
Tell me this channel again. I'm going to write this down.
Bag O Day Crochet.
Bag O Day Crochet.
Yeah. And if you want to learn to crochet, that's the lady to go to.
I'll check it out.
I promise. So anyhow,
I'll be right back.
okay.
Let's see if I remember how to do this. Not kick myself out.
But she's apparently they were accusing her of naming her recent crochet tutorials derogatory terms against this person. One of the shawl that she created, it's a pineapple shawl, and the name was something like wrapped in a facade. And one of the other, let me see, she just made a tutorial yesterday of a hat and a bag, a handbag. And it was a great tutorial. I watched it and I might end up making it because it's all reversible, which is really cool when you're crocheting. That's cool. Hang on. I want to find the exact name because I want to be accurate about my story here. My computer's slow. I'm sorry. She also does yarn reviews. She buys tons and tons and tons of yarn.
How do you
Every
review
kind of yarn you can think of from any. Look, there's places in Bulgaria, places in Denmark, places in Turkey. A lot of yarn is made in Turkey. And she will buy from these foreign countries, bring it in, and tell people about it. And tell all the qualities of this yarn. And she'll crochet with it and tell you if it crochets well and what types of fibers it's made of. And just really detailed stuff, which is great for crocheters to know. So anyhow, the name of it is, oh, for the love of Pete, she's taken the name out. I can't believe that. She took the name out. Name out. Wow. That's really disappointing. She changed her titles and took the names out. Anyhow, I forget the name of it, but the last 3 videos that she made, the people that didn't care for her were thinking that she was talking about them. People have been, it was fun to see you all, but now I must get in bed. We'll look out for your next live, Charlotte. Thank you, Pia. Thank you. You take care. They are cruel. They are cruel. And anyhow, she had to make a video today explaining that you're not living rent-free in my head. I make up these names for these patterns based on the yarn or and here's another funny thing is she really, really loves Freddie Mercury and the band Queen. Remember? Yeah. You remember them. Well, that's her idol. I mean, she loves Freddie Mercury. And so a lot of times the names of her crocheted items will be lyrics from his songs or song titles of his or that kind of stuff, which is really kind of cool because I'm a fan myself. Always have been. I loved Queen and they were a band before their time. They were genius, really. And it's a shame that, you know, it all had to end the way it did. But
I mean, I know who they are. I never listened to their stuff, but
oh, I loved them. Well, you know, they were really big when I was a young person, and kind of like Journey and Boston, and all of them were big when I was young too. But yeah, she's a great. Really like her a lot. Actually, I'll tell you what she's doing right now. She just closed it up. Every year, she takes donations. People will make blankets and send them to her. And then she has an online auction and sells these blankets. And all the money she makes from the blanket sales goes to the animal shelter. And she picks an animal shelter that doesn't get any kind of additional funding. It's all privately funded. So they don't get government, you know, funding. And she always picks a no-kill shelter. And last year she raised over $40,000 and donated it to one shelter. And, you know, you got to admire somebody like that.
Yep.
And again, you know, like I said, you'll probably never watch her channel, but I'm telling you, of all the people in the world on YouTube to despise, she's not one of them. She's just not. She's just a lady trying to teach people how to crochet and talk about yarn. That's it. So I hate people. You know that? I hate people. Like John Q people. Are you froze up? Oh, crap. Oh, crap. Well, look, guys, looks like it's just me here because poor Grumpus is frozen up. He can't hear us. Grumpus, if you can hear me, I'm going to kick you from the studio and you can come back on in a second, okay? Are you there, Marcel? Can you hear me?
I'm here.
Okay, great.
With my.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to go off on that tangent about Crystal, but it really makes me so angry what they did to her.
Well, I'm looking at her channel right now, and I've honestly never heard of her channel until.
Are you kidding? Well, you don't crochet, so.
No, but I mean, isn't it wild how the people can try to start so much drama?
Yeah, it's over something so stupid. You know, like I just said to Grumpus, this woman, all she does is try to teach people how to crochet and talk about yarn. That's it. She doesn't have any drama on her channel ever. She doesn't mention other people unless she's shouting them out. And I'll tell you what, if your name goes across her lips in a video, you're going to get a bunch of folks checking your channel out.
She has, I mean, just looking at her videos, I mean, the view counts on every single video are insane.
Yeah. She has a solid religious following. And I'm one of them. I've been watching her for probably, oh God, since before I got a YouTube channel. 2016, maybe. I mean, she's been on YouTube for 10 years. And I think I started watching her in 2016.
See, and I see her video here. It's a recommended video at the top. Please don't go, Joanne. And I had heard about that Joanne Fabrics was in like a serious bankruptcy. And
yeah, they bankrupted. Yeah. Well, I did find out that it's a restructure or what do you call that?
I'm not sure.
Basically, they're not closing down. They're reorganizing.
Because I think they're like the last of their kind. I mean, what were some other fabric stores in the past? I remember them, but I can't remember what they were called.
Walmart?
No, there was like a
Cloth World.
What was
Cloth World?
Cloth World, yeah. And
I remember that one.
They're not around anymore. I mean, they've got to hang in there.
Well, see, Joanne has evolved too. They're not just a fabric store anymore. They are kind of like a Hobby Lobby or Michael's. They have crafts,
yeah.
they have yarn, they have tools for all the things, you know.
And I love going in there to look around. I have one around me that's probably about 20 miles away.
Mhm.
And I do go over there from time to time just to look around. And I went through a period about 2 years ago where I was kind of hoarding fabric and
Right.
designing my pillowcases in my head.
Right.
You want to see one that I made?
Yes, definitely.
Let me go get it.
Okay. Oh, there's only 2 people here. Who are the 2 people here? Say hello, please. Oh my, there he is. Hang on. Woo. What happened to you?
Sorry about that. I had a crash.
I was gonna say you look like you look like a just a still figure there for a while, and I was like, Trumpet, are you there? Are you there?
I'm not sure. I think Firefox might have locked up on me.
Oh, so what'd you have for dinner tonight?
We sat in front of the TV and had chips and queso.
That works. Do you know what I had? Wesley made some teriyaki pork tenderloin
Sounds good.
with potatoes and green beans, like together in the pot with some ham stuck in there. It was delicious.
Sounds
I
good.
can't believe he cooked it, to be honest with you.
Well, I was watching Vicky took off and she turned nursery rat today, and I stayed at home, was watching the qualifications for the Indianapolis 500.
Yeah.
So I had some leftover wings from the other night, so I chowed down on those, and it kind of ruined my supper.
Oh, yeah.
So about 9 o'clock, I asked her, I said, "You have anything to eat today?" And she said, "Well, I had a hamburger." And I said, "Are you getting hungry?" She said, "I could eat something." So I just melted some cheese, some Rotel, sat there and watched TV for an hour.
And eat chips and queso.
That's
That's awesome. I haven't been to the grocery store in about a month. And I'll tell you, well, the reason is I had a freezer full of meat. I had, well, obviously I had plenty of groceries or I would have went, but I'm getting really low.
Right here. Yep.
Really low.
Extremely low.
But the reason I did it was because I need to defrost my freezer. So there's nothing in there now except some old tomatoes from last season. Guys, I need to run to give me 1 second, Marcel. Oh my gosh. Give me 1 second. I want to see that really quickly. I'll be right back.
Okay. I was going to show one of my pillowcases. This is one that I made. I probably made this 3 years ago, and I never gave it to my daughter, so she's about to get it. But I was going through my fabric last night, and I was like, man, I made this one. It's like complete and everything. I forgot I even did it, but it's unicorns.
That looks nice.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm excited to start doing it again. It's just one of those things I had to quit. I just don't have time, and it's hard. You want to start and stop and start and stop. It just gets frustrating and you give up,
Yeah. Yeah, I need more instant gratification.
So how's your wife been doing? Everybody doing okay?
Everybody's doing pretty good.
You have any big projects going outside this summer? Any garden projects or anything?
Not yet. I mean, we haven't even got all the flower beds put in yet. We've bought a few things, but we haven't planted anything.
But now we're going to be setting up a new pool. We're going to pull the trigger and move some money around and get another pool because Evan and I were like, we can't not have the pool. That's like our one thing. It's like what we do during the summer. We don't even know what we would do with ourselves.
Okay, let me see this. I want to make you, I forget how to make just the picture. Oh, shoot. Layout. Hang on.
Okay.
Hang on. Done. Wait a minute. Oh, what did I do?
I don't remember either.
Did I do anything?
I
I don't know if I did anything.
I don't know. I'm still on.
Marcel? Okay, Marcel, solo. Here, do that. Let's do that for a minute.
Hello.
It's just you, girl. You go.
Well, it's hard because the light is not that great right now. I've got my lights all turned down. But it's unicorns.
Oh, how stinking adorable.
Yeah, I don't know how well you can see.
My goodness.
Yeah. And this is one I made when I was going through my fabric stash. I found it and I was like, dang, I forgot I even made this one. But it's like completely, it's all done. It's complete. And my intention was I have all the fabric to make several more of these because I got the fabric on super sale. And so I kind of kept this one because it turned out really well. The seams and everything were really clean. And I kept it for myself, but my intention was to give it to Emery. And so she saw this yesterday and I was like, 3 years later, I'm finally going to pass this on to you.
Oh, that's so funny.
Yeah.
What's it made from? Cotton?
Yeah, just cotton. And I like to go and find the fabric because I feel it, you know. And then I always pre-wash the fabric and then iron it before I use it.
Right.
But I like to go and, you know, touch the fabric because, you know, not all cotton fabrics are the same. I like them to be pretty soft.
Right.
But so
it was really pretty.
Thank you. It would be a bummer to have to just order it online and you can't, you know, feel the thickness and stuff ahead of time.
Sometimes, you know, I have to do that a lot because, of course, I don't drive. So I can't just run myself up to Hobby Lobby or Michael's or Joann anytime I want to. And there's 2 Joanns within driving distance. There's 2 Hobby Lobbies and 2 Michael's. No. Yes.
See,
I think only one. But anyhow, my point is, it's very rare that I'm able to go unless we are. A lot of times when we go to Tractor Supply to get feed for the chickens and the dog and everybody, all the animals, we will stop at Hobby Lobby. But a lot of times it's on Sunday and they're not open on Sunday. So we'll drive down the road and hit Michael's. Sometimes I'll buy something, sometimes I won't. I have not bought a hoard of yarn in probably 3 years.
Well, you're using it up now.
Yeah. Well, actually, I just bought this. This was on sale, believe it or not, for $3.49 a skein, and I bought 11 of them. So, and I have 1 left. By the time I finish it, there will be 1 left.
Yeah, that's really nice. I like that blanket you're making too. I like the colors.
Thank you. That's her favorite color. She's a purple girl. And when she was a teenager, she had stars everywhere. She had this sign in her room that said, "Be a star," and she really liked stars. So that's the reason I made this for her, because it reminded me of her, and I wanted her to have it. So,
she's gonna love it.
I hope so. I really hope so.
Oh, I know.
But now the other one, I haven't decided if I'm going to give her this one or not. I showed you the squares from last night.
Yeah. Oh, those are so pretty.
And
that's like the perfect that'll be like the perfect blanket to sit in a recliner and cover up and watch movies underneath it.
Right. I love this one. It's bright and it doesn't match, and I love it.
You have been on a roll.
Well, I told you there were 24 of them. Look at this one. This one doesn't match either, but I love it.
It's eclectic.
Very, very. I've been trying to weave in the ends on these.
I like that. I like the bright colors.
Well, yeah. And she likes bright colors. She likes a lot of color and she likes bright ones. And then she likes anything purple. And her favorite color is like a aubergine.
Oh yeah, like that kind of deep purple.
A warmer purple than, say, crayon purple. So, but hopefully I'll have this done pretty soon. Like I said, I've only got 4 more to make of these, and I have to put white around these. And now I'm actually debating on whether or not to go buy more yarn because I don't like the white. Let me show you.
She's all excited.
She's on a roll.
I'm sorry.
No,
No,
wonder,
it's
no wonder she
okay.
didn't have time for her friends.
See
Oh yes.
the white around it, and I don't care for the white so much. So I'm thinking about taking all the white off
Ooh, I like
and
that one.
going with a color, maybe like a spring green or an off white. I don't know.
Very summery.
Yeah, that one is. This one. I mean, I got tons of them. There's more over there, but I'm not going to pick them up. But I love this one. I like that a lot.
Oh, I like that one. Yeah, the blues.
And not one of them is the same of the 24. Not one is the same. So it's going to be a very crazy, colorful, happy.
Well, I'm anxious to see the end product there.
I might just go ahead and leave the white and then make another one.
Yeah, I think so.
That was a lot of work. I hate to undo a lot of work. That's one of the things I hate about. I'm a stickler for counting stitches
Yeah.
because I hate to rip things out and start over again.
Yep. I
And so
understand that.
and actually there is a mistake in this. One mistake.
Gives
And
it texture.
I had already gone like 5 rows before I found the mistake. And I'm like, I am not pulling that out. It's just going to have to be my trademark, you know?
It's like my signature.
Yeah. Charlotte's a mess up. So no.
Where's Waldo?
Gives it character.
Well, the further I got in the blanket, the more I realized that the mistake did not alter the overall look of the blanket. If it would have, I would have probably taken it all out and done it over, but it didn't. So I'm like, yeah, okay, we're keeping that. I might even put a great big ribbon around it.
I think you should.
Well, back when I used to make mosaics, I like symmetry in mosaic projects, even though it's an oxymoron, because a mosaic project really is not. The overall picture is symmetrical to whatever degree, but the actual shapes are not. But I would always make one look out of place or like it didn't belong. And that was kind of a little signature thing for me. Where are you now, Grumpus?
Yeah, he's in the rainforest.
Yeah,
Is that where
I'm in Thailand right now.
I wonder where Tom is. Tom hasn't popped in.
No, he hasn't. He's probably playing the drums somewhere on the Saturday night.
Oh,
That's
I bet
just
it is.
a YouTube playing behind me.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah. I
Okay.
can show you here. If I just pull this over, you can see. I've just got
Oh, yeah.
let's see. Left screen. See, that's just a screen running right here.
Okay.
That's why the leaves are moving, because it's just a 3-hour long video.
Somebody staring out a window.
Yeah.
Oh, darn.
That's crazy.
Set a camera up. Man, I need to make some videos like that. Let me tell you something I just learned about the kitty cat 2 days ago. Well,
I got my buddy here too.
do you?
Let me see. Let's see if I can show you. There she is.
Oh,
Yeah. Look at her.
That's where she stays most of the time, wherever I'm at.
Bless her heart.
she
Hey,
loves.
kitty. Hey, kitty.
See, I've got all my boys. They're kind of back in my laundry room right now because they knew I was trying to do something, and they started running up and down the hall and tackling each other and going insane. And they woke up Ellie, and then Ellie had to pee, and it took me forever to get everything done. I was like, listen,
It started the chain reaction, doesn't
It
it?
did. So I told they're put up for now. They're back in the back.
Um,
I just saw Booty ask Mandy a minute or so ago. I don't know where she went.
but she's small enough that she can fit under the buffet, and she goes wherever she wants to. Let's see. Where is she? No, I was going through a lot of my yarn stash, and remember the Yip Yips on Sesame Street?
I don't remember the Yip Yips.
They were puppets with these great big mouths and these big googly eyes, and they go around. They all they did was go yip 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 yip. Well,
Thank God I missed that.
I know, right? They're cute as a button, though. They're really cute. So I found a crochet pattern where somebody had made some Yip Yips, and what they were was like little storage things that you could put them on a hook and hang them, and then use them as storage baskets for like your bathroom or your kid's bedroom. You could put socks in it. You could whatever you want to put in it. And they're fairly large. They're probably this big, maybe 12 to 18 inches deep. And then they had this great big gaping mouth on them. Well, I thought it was a cool idea, so I bought some ping pong balls to make the eyes with. And I was going to make a Yip Yip because nostalgia, damn it. And so I opened up the ping pong balls, and one of them went flying across the floor, and she's been playing with it ever since. She chased it. She went after it, and then she's attacking it. And this cat loves freaking ping pong balls. All the expensive toys I have bought this cat. Yeah. And now she does like her little mouse on the wand. She's got a mouse on a wand that she loves because it makes noise every time she bats at it. It goes, I know. So it chirps basically. And she really enjoys that. But other than that, the ping pong ball is where it's at.
We have bought this cat so many toys, and she won't play with them. Her favorite toy is one of those hair, like rubber band things for your hair.
Are you kidding me?
Vicky dropped one on the floor the other night, and she snatched it, and she's been playing with it for a week. That's her favorite thing.
My cat used to get up. When my old girl cat, she slept with me. When my hair was longer, I would pull it back with the hair tie, and then I'd always set it on my nightstand before I'd lay down. And she saw me put it up there, and every morning I would wake up and that thing was gone. She would get up there and bat it across the room.
Yeah.
Well, I'm trying to bond with old Birdie. I like her, but it's not the same. So I'm here to tell you that my granny's advice when I was a kid is not completely accurate. However, she does make it better. I mean, I do feel better now that
No, she feels a whole, but she's totally different.
She is totally different. Yeah.
When we had to put Kitty down, it was a rough thing to do.
Yeah.
And this one here just happened to show up just at the right time, and
right.
And they couldn't be more opposite cats.
Right. That's what I've noticed about Birdie. She is a completely different personality than Julesy was. And I don't know if we'll ever have another one like him. I don't know. I don't know if, are there like 5 or 6 personalities of cats, or are there a billion? Who knows? So
these cats we have, these young males that have adopted us, they're each very different. So different from our female cat back there, but they're so funny.
Well, I think that's actually, I have to tell you, upcoming, Wesley and I have decided to buy a Maine Coon cat, and the litter is going to be born in October.
Oh my!
And they will be ready to go in January, like around the 1st of January-ish.
What is it?
A Maine Coon.
I have no idea what that is.
A big old cat.
They're giant.
Yeah. And
Like
They're very expensive, but again, I'm an old lady now. I'm treating myself. Damn it.
oh my
So.
gosh. Yeah. No, those are big, and you're gonna really be vacuuming.
Yes, yes. Well, I do that every day anyway. So I vacuum, I lint roll the sofa cover, and because I have a cover on my sofa, because my sofa is so ugly. It is so ugly that I have to put a cover on it just so I can look on it and feel comfortable sitting on it.
I have lint rollers in every room.
Yeah, we have a lot of them.
In
And
every room.
but I do that every day. I sweep every day. First I use the broom, and then I go over it with my little, y'all, I've got the best vacuum cleaner in the world. Okay, maybe not the best in the world, but the best. You know, there's a difference between a vacuum cleaner and the little dust brooms, the stick vacuums.
Oh yeah.
And mine is a stick vacuum. So let's classify. It's an Electrolux, and it's an Ergo Rapido. That's the model.
Wow.
And I've had it for probably going on 10 years, and I love that stinking thing. But they quit making the filters for it. So now, guess what that means? I got to buy another one. And they're not cheap. I mean, it's tough, Carla, but it's find something. Yeah. I've done that with I'm sorry, Carla. I missed your comment, and I apologize. I'm sorry. I had, oh gosh, a year.
Sorry about your doggy. Yep.
Oh no, not Harley. And now got a new dog. Her name is Ivy. Ivy Hyper. Yeah. I think I saw a video with your puppy on it. She's a beautiful dog. That real light colored dog. Kind of a fawn, I guess, color. Light fawn. It is hard. It's hard. But you know what? I have decided something. Me and my daughter, my social worker daughter, were processing my trauma from having to put my cat down. German Shepherd and German
Melanie?
Anyhow, we were processing all of that, and I was talking to her, and she was talking to me about Goose. That was her first dog as a married lady. And Goose, they bought Goose when they moved here. No, they didn't buy him. They went to the shelter and got him. Anyhow, he was only about 8 weeks old the day they brought him home, and he died in their house as we've been here 15 years, so that means 14. And Goose died during Thanksgiving of 2020.
Oh my gosh. And
she called me that night, and I couldn't understand a word she was saying. And it was late at night. It was probably 1:32 in the morning. And I thought she was in a lot of trouble. I thought, that maybe her husband had an accident, or I don't know. He's a cop. So I didn't know. And I heard her say Goose. And I said, oh my God, is he gone? And she hollered, yes!
Oh no.
And she grieved so long over that dog. She still gets very emotional when she talks about him.
Well, they become family members.
Yeah. Well, like I said before, they don't have any children. So to her, I think she is one of those adults who have made her dogs her kids.
Oh yeah.
And that's what he was to her. He was her baby. And I don't think that they have 3 dogs now. They had Leroy when Goose passed away. And Leroy is a 100% Labrador Retriever who weighs about 120 pounds. He's huge.
I love labs.
And see, I don't. I'm not a lab lover. And I don't know why. But then again, Virgil is 1/4 lab, so we'll find out. I love Virgil. Virgil is a great stinking dog, and I cannot wait until
You
he
love
is out of.
3/4 of him.
Well, yeah, I can't wait until he's grown up and I see what he's going to be as an adult, because he's great now. How can he get any better? Except that he listens better. So, but anyhow, so as we were processing, she told me, she said, Mom, she goes, after Goose died, and I've had a long time to think about this now, and I think what this grief is it's all that love don't have nowhere to go anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see that.
And I said, that is just absolutely perfect. Because that's exactly, I think, what it is. It just didn't have anywhere to go. And I thought that was pretty brilliant of my social worker daughter to come up with that.
Yeah. You have all that feeling, and then the person you want to, the animal, the person you want to give it to is not there to take it anymore,
Yeah. And even if I think it's the same with the person too, yeah, definitely. Of course, now there's other people that I didn't tell you guys. There's only 2 people in here. My ex he's not my ex-husband. He's he's my baby daddy. Benjamin and Bailey's father was diagnosed with melanoma recently.
Oh my gosh.
I know. So get this. So they started him on this medication called Keytruda. Because I didn't know this, but melanoma does not respond to chemotherapy. It responds to radiation, and this immunotherapy, which was what the Keytruda was. Well, he was taking the Keytruda like he was supposed to, and ended up going completely blind.
Oh, no.
Well, it was temporary, thank goodness. Well, don't make me an ugly person today, please. It was temporary, thank goodness. But he was in the hospital for like 10 days because they were trying to figure out what was causing it. They didn't know at first. But what happened was this immunotherapy medication kicked his immune system into overdrive and caused his immune system to start attacking his eyes.
Oh.
It doesn't make sense to me, but it kind of does. I'm not a doctor. I don't know how this stuff works, but because I know Wesley used to take immunosuppressant therapy for his arthritic condition, this Keytruda is like on the other end of the spectrum. It makes your immune system into the Incredible Hulk, so it can fight off whatever disease it's trying to fight off. And so it made sense to me then. But anyhow, he got his vision back, and now he's having radiation, and they ended up having to do surgery to take out a ton of lymph nodes from around his head and neck because the melanoma was somewhere in his hairline around his face. They removed that. They removed a bunch of lymph nodes, and now it's just a wait and see. But I told Benjamin, I said, melanoma ain't no joke. It's an aggressive thing, and it can get out of hand really quick. And my grandfather passed away from it. But now my dad says the reason he passed away is because he was a stubborn old fart who never went to the doctor. So by the time he got sick, it was too late,
Yeah, I'm like that. I need to get better about going and getting checkups and stuff.
Well, I tried really hard not to get too much enjoyment from that story.
Well, I hear it daily, Marcel. Need to go to the doctor.
I hear that a lot too. because I'm
finally
not.
found a family doctor here, and I did go get a checkup, and I got my blood work done and all that. He's a young doctor, he's very Christian. Everything I said to him, he'd be like, well, what about this? You know, do you smoke? Do you do this? And the smoking thing, he said, well, do you smoke? And I said, I quit like 6 years ago. And he goes, praise Jesus. And then like everything I said, I'd be like, well, I've been, working on my diet. Praise Jesus. I was just like, okay. And so I was like, yes, indeed. And but he's really sweet, and he's very competent. He's good, and he's a young doctor, probably in his mid 30s, and I'm okay with that. I was waiting for him to call me ma'am.
Oh,
Mom, something. And but I'm okay with him being younger, because as long as he stays in town, we'll have a doctor that's with us for a while, because everybody's retiring at mid 55. All these doctors we've had, they're at 55 and they're out.
I need to go back and see my cardiologist. I don't want to, but I know I need to.
Yeah,
just to get prescription refills. There's nothing wrong with me or anything.
Oh yeah, just stay in touch and let them have a listen. Make sure everything's good.
I just hate to go. I hate it. I hate the fact that I have to take medication. I hate the fact that I hate all of it. And I like to rebel a little bit. I'm a rule breaker, and eventually it's going to be the death of me.
Well, probably me too. They're just so damn expensive, and it feels like a waste.
It does. It does. I'm about to. We can't find a rheumatologist for Violet. Violet is, I don't know what's going on with her, but she definitely has some, it all started during band with the pain in her chest. Remember, we took her to the cardiologist because they said it might be that. And then we had to take her to the foot doctor because of the plantar fasciitis. And then she had to go to physical therapy because the doctors think she has, a connective tissue disorder. What that is, we don't know. And that's why we need a rheumatologist to find out. We know for a fact she does not have her father's condition because we had her genetically tested. And she does not have the genetic marker for his condition.
But that's good.
That's amazing. Yeah, but it could, she could have rheumatoid arthritis. She could have lupus. She could have, there's a lot of other things it could be as far as but tonight, let's see, the last time she had a cortisone injection was about 10 months ago. And tonight she came home from work and she looked like she was 70 years old. And I said, "Are you okay?" She said, "Mom, my body hurts everywhere." And she worked 2 shifts today. She calls it a double. I told her a double is 16 hours. She worked 8. It is not a double. It's 2 4-hour shifts.
What is she doing?
Days.
But to her, it's a double. But she worked all day today on her feet, doing the waitress thing, and she was in agony when she got home. And I asked her, I said, they've given her meloxicam, which is Mobic, kind of like Motrin on speed. It's a more powerful anti-inflammatory is what it is. And she said, yeah, she took it before she went to work today. But the thing with this meloxicam is you need to take it daily. It's not something that you take when you have symptoms. It's something that maintains. It has to be in your system to work. And I cannot get her to understand that. I cannot. And so now what she does is she'll forget about it. And then when she starts hurting, she'll take one and then expect it to all be gone. I'm like, it doesn't work that way, dear. It doesn't work that way.
Yeah. You need to keep it,
it has to stay at a certain level. Yeah. Yeah. And it takes time for it to get to that level. You got to take it for like a month before it's kind of like antidepressant medication. That stuff doesn't work immediately.
Nope, it
It's
does
to build
not.
up in your system. But hopefully we'll get it taken care of soon. I just can't find a rheumatologist that has any room. They're not taking new patients. Their waiting list is like 10 to 12 months out.
What's like the biggest city close to you?
New Orleans. Well, Slidell, New Orleans, Mobile.
Well, maybe look over there.
Yeah. I just don't know how. Well, the insurance should be fine. We've got Pride here.
Yeah, yeah.
We can go anywhere. I keep thinking about. Never mind.
Well, Grumpus, I can tell you a funny story about. You were saying, you got to treat yourself sometimes.
Yeah.
Well, I was, cleaning up my bathroom, right? And I was like underneath my sink and pulling out little boxes and things we hadn't really gone through. And I came across my old perfume bottles from like the 90s, my college years. And there were 2 perfumes that I wore all through that time period. And one was Giorgio Wings by Giorgio. And the other one was Liz Claiborne Realities. And I loved those perfumes. And I had just enough in these little bottles that I could smell it. But the bottle, wasn't really working anymore. And I said, man, do they make these perfumes? I went to Amazon and I looked. And the Wings by Giorgio, they had a small bottle. I went ahead and I ordered it. And then Liz Claiborne Realities has been discontinued at some point. And so I could order it, but every little bottle was $165.
Ouch.
And so I was really bummed about that. And then I was looking on eBay and they were selling little samples of it for like $30. And I was like, man, that is a bummer because that's still such a good, clean scent,
Mm-hmm.
And so our 10-year anniversary came a couple of weekends ago. We went down to Rockport. And so first thing Saturday morning, they had Rockport market days and all these people had set up all these booths, with all their goods and services and all this stuff. And we went and we skipped the beach and we went and just did that and played in the pool that day. It was just easier. And so we walked around in the first booth, no lie. We paid the entry fee. Right off to the left was this woman. It was a ton of vintage perfumes. And so my husband goes, oh my God. And
He's
so
already regretting the beach.
I was like, go get a Bloody Mary. I'm going to be right here. And so I went over there and my son's right there with me. He's kind of developed this scent thing. I love perfume. And so we were smelling all these perfumes and there's a ton of them. And I said, you don't happen to have any Liz Claiborne Realities, do you? And she goes, oh, I've got one right here. And I was like, oh, I couldn't believe it. And then I was like, yeah. And then
Happy
I
anniversary.
said, oh my God. And then I said, how much? And she said, $40. And I was like, that's like, yeah. And then my son's there and all this stuff. And then we walked away and he was like, my son goes, I can't believe you're not going to get that. And I said, you're right. I'm going back. I'm going to get it. So I went back. But right before we left, I had got that bottle of Wings. And so I sprayed myself with it. And I was like, oh, it's bringing me back and all this stuff. And so I came out into the house and it's really strong. And I said, kids, this is what your mom smelled like in the 90s. This is me, what I smelled like in the 90s. And then my husband walked by and he was like, your mom smelled like a department store in the 90s.
I still think it does. Can't change my mind about that.
And so then I got that bottle of Realities and it was missing the lid, but otherwise it was new, like full. And so we got back to the hotel room and I was like, I've been waiting to do this. And so I sprayed my wrist and it was really strong again. And I was like, kids, this is also what your mom smelled like in the 90s. And I smelled that. And then my husband was like, she smelled like a different department store like in the 90s. But I've been enjoying the hell out of those perfumes.
I know you have. I used to wear Opium in the wintertime and Giorgio in the summertime. And I don't know who made Opium. I think it was Yves Saint Laurent.
Oh, yeah.
I think I can't remember, but eh. So I splurged on myself this week too. I ordered $118 worth of yarn, and I don't even know what I'm getting.
Well,
I
that's
ordered-
exciting.
Well, Joann's has mystery boxes, and it's well, I got Red Heart mystery boxes, and what they hang on, let me see. I was seeing if they shipped it or not, but they haven't yet. Joann's always takes a long time to ship whatever you buy from them, and the Red Heart mystery box multi-pack yarn
Come here, baby.
consists of 6 skeins of yarn, 2 shades, 4 assortments available, and the assortment varies by box option. So you have an A, B, C, and D.
I'll
You
be
can
right back.
pick. Okay. So I got 2 D's and 2 A's. And it says you may receive Hygge, soft baby steps, unforgettable, and with love. Those are different varieties of the yarn that Red Heart sells. And I'm really banking on getting some Hygge and some unforgettable because those are my favorites. The soft baby steps is really nice too. The other 2 are just generic acrylic yarns that you would use to make a granny square blanket or something with, which I could always use too. So, but you get 6 skeins of yarn for $24.99.
It's pretty good, isn't it?
It is. It is. It's about $4 a skein, and yarn has gone up incredibly. I know the Hygge yarn costs about $12 a skein. The unforgettable is at Joann's. It's come on, God! I need a new computer so bad, and there's nothing wrong with the Google Chromebook. It's just getting really slow, and if I got rid of a lot of stuff, that it would work quicker. But right now, that's what I'm saving. I'm saving money, so it's $8.99 a skein for the unforgettable. So yeah, it's a good deal, and they're basically the stuff that they want to get rid of. But that's okay. I don't care. At $4 a skein, I'm good.
Yeah.
Now you can get lesser quality yarns for, like, right now they've got some yarns on sale for $2 something a skein, but it's basic acrylic yarn. It's not, it's just basic acrylic. And look, there's nothing wrong with basic acrylic. It's great for a lot of applications. But the yarns that I really hope I get are really soft and cuddly and make really pretty patterns and stuff like that. So we'll see how it goes. I'm very excited to get it in the house. And then I ordered, Murphy wants me to make him a poncho. He likes, you know, the Mexican blanket shirts, and I don't know what they're called. I know there's a name for them, but he really likes those, and he's got 2. And I
Don't they
guess
call them ponchos?
I'm sorry.
Don't they call them ponchos?
It's more of a shirt because it has sleeves, and it's almost like a hoodie, but it's made out of that blanket stuff. It even has the pocket in the front and everything. He loves them. But he saw a poncho that I was looking at the other day, and he said, "Hey, could you make me a poncho?" What do you want a poncho for? You're a guy.
Yeah,
Like, I don't care. I want a poncho. I said, okay. He said, "Mom, it's like wearing a blanket to school." And so I get it. I mean, when he was, well, you know, he's so skinny. He's about to start 10th grade, and he still hasn't broken 100 pounds. He's 90, but he oscillates between 94 and 96 in that area somewhere. And I did the same thing when I was his age. I mean, I was very, very small like that. And
I was too. I think I was at 110 when I graduated.
yeah, and he's only 5'5". He has grown. Look, this kid has grown a lot this year, because I think at the beginning of the year he was like 5'1". To me, that's a lot. 4 inches, that's a lot. But and his arms, oh my God, he's got his dad's arms. Whatever size jacket he ends up wearing as an adult, it's going to be long. It has to be like 36 long or 44 long, because his arms are almost as long as his dad's. And again, he's only 5'5". So I always call him monkey arms, but
Knuckle dragger.
I really, really hope that he grows to be as tall as his dad. I
He
really
probably will.
I hope so. He is going to be 16 in December. And I know that young men continue to grow into up in probably their early 20s. I do know that. But I'm not sure that I remember when my sons had their big growth spurt. Like, you know, you see them this day, and then 3 months later you look at them and go, oh my God, you've grown. Rachel had a friend in school like that back in the day. They were in between, I think, 8th or 9th and 10th grade. And school got out, and this little Eric character, he would come to the house and try to buy her ice cream, and she'd shut the door in his face. And he had the hots for her, of course, and she was just not interested. They were buddies to her. And he stayed in the friend zone all those years. But I never will forget, one day he came over to bring her ice cream, and he was 6'4". And I'm like, what the heck? His feet were like this long. And I'm like, what the hell happened to you? So I do not expect that to happen with my son. However, if he could get 5'9", 5'10", I would be really, really tickled for him, because I don't have a son that tall.
Well,
I have 2 sons that are lucky to be 5'7". And then I think Benjamin is 5'9". My number 2 son. So I do hope that Murphy gets a little bit taller. But if not, he's still cute. Well, you know, a lot of women are very prejudicial over the little guys. They don't want to date somebody who's short, which I never really understood, because I was short.
Well, someday he'll have a job and a little bit of money, and he'll be a lot more attractive.
Isn't that the truth? Isn't that the truth? If he ever gets a job.
Well, you can always hope.
Oh my God. I left this out. We have monumental news when it comes to band.
Yeah.
He is not on the rack this year. Remember I told you the rack story about how hard he worked, and they stuck him on the rack, which is the tambourine and the chimes, and they got a little bongo drum, and they've got triangles, and just, it's a bunch of
everything percussion besides the drums.
Yeah. He's on bass 3 this year. He just did tryouts last week and found out he was going to be on the drum line, on the bass drum, right in the middle. We got 5 basses, and they go in, and bass 1 is the smallest, bass 5 is the big bass. And he is right in the middle, number 3. And he is so happy, Grumpus. He is over the moon, just over the moon about it. And I'm happy for him.
Now that's marching band, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Now, during concert season, which starts after marching is over. It's the second semester of school. And that's basically where they just learn orchestral music. And they do a couple of little concerts here and there. And then it's over with. But really, nobody cares about concert season. It's all marching, right? But for concert season this year, he played the timpani. The big kettle drums.
Mm-hmm.
And the ones you have to tune and he did a fan-freaking-tastic job. I was so proud of him. So proud. So I'm hoping that next year, if he gets in symphonic band, which he might not. Concert band is the lower end of the spectrum, and symphonic is the really good kids.
The varsity.
Yeah,
Varsity
the
band.
varsity band. I don't know if he's going to be in symphonic next year. He's going to have to try out. And, but still, I hope he gets the timpani. I really do. He's the only one that knows how to tune it. In fact, me and Wesley, he had to tune the timpanis for another kid to play them during a concert in February, March timeframe. And I said to the instructor, his director, I said, hey, back when I was in school, if you couldn't tune it, you couldn't play it.
That's right.
You're responsible for your own instrument. You don't get the kid down the way there to tune your crap for you. And he kind of looked down. He's like, yeah, you're right. You know? But I mean, that's the way it was back then.
Well, yeah.
And yeah, if you can't tune something, you don't have no business playing it. But, and I don't think that Murphy could tune it by ear. You know, he has an app where he can tune whatever he needs to tune on the app, but at least it's correct.
Yeah.
You know, yeah, during that concert, that kid, he played the timpani all off. It was all off kilter. Not every ear could hear it, but if you're musically inclined, you could probably get it. Yeah. But yeah, I'm so stinking happy for him, Grumpus. I cannot even tell you. It's about stinking time. Because I was really, really concerned about it. Really.
I mean, he kept pursuing it on his own, didn't he?
Well,
I mean, did he want it bad enough to chase it down? Or did he
this
just
time he did. This time he did. He practiced his silly behind off.
That's
now,
good.
he definitely needed to be pushed a little bit in the beginning. But once he got into it, then he really got into it. I will say this. He does not love it like Violet did. It is not the end all and be all for him.
Okay.
And that's okay. I mean, he hasn't found his, what do you call it?
His passion?
Right. He hasn't found that yet. And honestly, I don't know if he will while he's in high school. Because really the only thing he's passionate about right now is all the games that he plays on the stinking computer.
A lot of us are still chasing it.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, even me.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. But then again, I have lots of things that I'm interested in too. I mean, I've never stopped crocheting since I've been 8 years old. That's something I do.
I've always said I've got too many hobbies. I got too many interests to devote enough time to be good at any of them.
You know what that's a sign of, right? That's a sign of a high IQ.
Well, of course.
Whether you know that or not. Whether you know that or not, that is a sign of a high IQ. Murphy told me just the other, and I only know that because my kids were in gifted and they used to send us little flyers about what to expect and what are the traits of and how gifted children are different from your average child, etc. And trust me when I tell you, gifted does not mean overachieving. Gifted just means you have the capacity to think bigger than most people. It doesn't mean that you are one of them go-getter, I'm going to make straight
People
A's.
just expect more.
They do. And it's hard on the kids because, they all their life they hear about the potential that they have. You have so much potential, more than most kids, more than everybody, blah, blah, blah. And I try so hard not to do that to my kids because they are who they are, no matter what their IQs are. I can't change the fact that like he said to me, I was getting to this. He said to me after having a conversation with him about what area of study he kind of wanted to gravitate towards so that he could have a job when he gets out of school, right? And we talk about this periodically. And he said, Mom, there's just too many choices. I like this. I like that. I want to work on cars. I want to weld. I want to.
Oh yeah, I feel for him.
And I told him, I said, I understand that it's overwhelming because there's so many things you want to do. You look at the world and you go, oh my God, it's like walking in a candy store. I want that one. I want that one. And I said, but here's the thing about life. What you need to do as a young adult is be able to feed yourself. I said, when my father was 17 years old, he didn't have a choice about what career direction he wanted to go in because he was about to have a baby and he had a wife to care for.
Yeah.
And he had to get a job. It didn't matter what job. He just had to have a job. I said, you're not in that position. And if you're smart, you'll keep yourself out of that position.
Yeah.
I said, the only thing that's going to limit you to what the things that you want to do is the choices you make outside of that. You knock some poor girl up, you don't have any choice anymore.
Yep.
You don't have choices anymore. You have to be responsible.
First paycheck that comes along.
That's right.
Them bills don't slow down.
I said, if you get married, you have an obligation to work together with your spouse to build a life. You don't have choices much after that. I said, but if you stay single until you're old enough to commit to that kind of thing and not care if your life is drudgery, you can make all the choices you want. You can go and be a welder for 2 years and then say, God dang it, I'm going to school and I'm going to do something else. You can weld during the day, go to school at night, and all of a sudden, a couple of years later, you're somebody else.
Yeah.
I said, there's no limit to the things that you can do as long as you keep yourself in a situation where you have the options to do that. And he goes, oh, that sounds fun.
Yep.
Yeah, that does sound fun.
Stay out of debt.
Yeah, stay out of debt. Keep your obligations to a minimum. And the world is your oyster, as they say.
Keep your britches on.
Right. I told him the other day, he's almost 16. I'm sure that stuff like that is on his mind. And I told him, I said, look, the dumbest thing you can ever do is trust a woman when she says I'm on birth control.
Oh, no, never.
Don't ever trust a woman.
Never trust them. They'll lie
Never.
to you.
I said, because bitches be crazy. They will lie.
Yeah. They will trap you in a minute.
Yeah. And I don't even know why. Why? Makes no sense.
Because they want somebody to take care of them.
Rudy, are you still here? Thank you so much for hanging out and staying here all evening. I appreciate you so much. Truly. Rudy, where in the world did we run into you? Did you just show up one day? How do we know him?
I'm
Grumpy?
not sure where. I just looked down and saw he was
I don't
here.
either, but I
thought he
sure
just
miss
showed
him
up.
every time he's not in the chat. I certainly do. Yeah. Well, I guess I've gotten over my fear of getting back on here now.
You know, I've been intending to go on for the last several Saturdays, and
I saw you
I just
do a
don't get it.
test, and I clicked on it because I missed the whole whatever happened. I don't know if you went live and you deleted it or whatever, but
Yeah,
it was
I
like
deleted
2 hours after you did it, and I woke up and I'm like, oh shit, I missed it.
it. It was way late at night, and I was
In the morning when you did that,
when?
1 to 2 in the morning.
Well, it's late at night.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I'd bought a new camera,
Oh,
and I've kind of redid the studio here a little bit.
yeah.
Well, I mean, you knew back in November, I was having a lot of serious lockups.
Yes. And your wife told you
And
that Santa Claus could bring you a new
I told
computer.
her, I said, this thing's 10 years old. I've got, and I showed her, I said, I've got some swollen capacitors on the motherboard. At this time, it's 10 years. I need to do something. She said, go ahead and do it.
Yeah.
So in January, I built me a new system
Great.
and got it up and running. And I'd bought a new camera back in November, but I never really went live with it.
Right.
And I was just testing different things out, trying to get you get a new camera, you're not gonna throw your old one away.
Right. Right.
So I was trying to get all these different cameras hooked up at the same time and working, and I just did a test.
Okay.
But yeah, I told Vicky, I said, I may go live tonight, late at night, and see if anybody's up. And then
Right.
it wasn't just a little bit later, I got your message. I was okay, I don't have to do it now. Charlotte's gonna do it.
I've been wanting to for probably 3 months. Actually, I wanted to in January. I had a whole plan of what I was going to do, and then the little ninja got kicked out of preschool again.
Yeah, that's what you'd said in your,
And I'm like,
your email.
I'm done. I'm done at least until, because I told my daughter, see, we had to come to Jesus. And I told her, I will watch him till the end of the school year. And after that, I'm finished. Done. You're going to have to find another babysitter. And it's not that I don't love, that.
I know. You can love them to death. That don't mean you need to raise them.
I mean, I want to be responsible for them. And I'm at an age now where I don't want to be responsible for nobody. And I know I'm a little premature in that because I still have a 16-year-old, I still have a son living at home, but that's my responsibility.
But he ain't a baby you've got to chase all over the house and carry.
That's right. He's just a baby that I have to make sure he gets to from point A to point B. And he's a baby that I need to make a poncho for. And, he is my baby, but still, he's mine.
There's a difference.
And I don't care who you are, and anybody can lie to anybody and say being a grandparent is the greatest thing since sliced bread. It is not. It is not. And maybe I'm deficient.
No.
In some way, shape, or form, because I don't think that being a grandparent is better than being a parent. But I don't. And I will always put my children before I would put my you see where I'm coming from?
Well, I know exactly
Kids
what
come
you're
first. Saying. They're mine.
My boss had, I think he's 4 years older than me.
Right.
We'll make him, 74, 75, something like that.
Oh, I thought it was like 79. No, I'm teasing.
He would.
I'm teasing.
I mean, he's just a great guy.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
He had a daughter and a son. They're all grown and gone now. And his daughter is a emergency room nurse.
Mm.
And her husband is firefighter.
Okay.
So both of them are very very career
oriented. Mm-hmm.
Well, she's got 3 kids, and guess who's raising them?
The grandparents.
Yeah. So
and he's got a career too.
So the firefighters they're on 24-hour shifts and
3 days
36-hour
at a
shifts.
time.
And then she works a lot of doubles and stuff and comes home
Mhm.
tired and everything. So, that him and his wife are spending most of their time now chasing after grandkids and getting them to preschool and, bath nights and, all this kind of stuff like that. And I'm thinking, well, if that's what you want to do and if that's what makes you happy,
Yeah.
get after it. But I'm, to myself, I'm thinking, you did your time. You got decent kids. They grew up to amount to something.
Yes.
And it's time for you to enjoy yourself and your wife. What little time you've got left.
That's right. I am a firm believer in that. And I don't know. I
guess I oversimplify it because I never had kids, but
Yeah.
I always said, once you have kids, that's 20-year commitment.
20 my ass.
But to me, it'd be 18. But I'm trying to be generous here. It's a 20-year commitment, and then it's time to get on with my life. I'm going to put my whole life on hold,
right,
and do what needs to be done with these
I had
children.
a talk with Violet the other day, and I told her, I don't make her pay rent here, but I do make her pay for her insurance for her car and her cell phone. That amounts to $85 a month.
Yeah,
that is easy for her. She works part-time.
I would do that differently.
Well, I get that.
I would charge rent, and I would tuck it away and just give it to her later when she's got her own place.
When she's got her life together. Well,
when she needs a down payment for an apartment or something like that. So here's the rent money I've been charging you.
And I might start that when she starts university. Because right now she's at the community college. And
it's not the money. It's like I used to tell Vicky on her son.
Principal.
He needs to get into the habit.
Yes.
Of he has very little of his paycheck. That needs to become a habit.
Right.
Be glad the $20 you got to last the week, because some people don't have that.
Well,
but, he had bills and stuff like that. I said he's never going to make it on his own if he can't make it here with us still taking care of him. Right. So he ended up, when he moved out, I mean, he pays I think it's $150 a week rent. So that's what, $600 a month.
That's cheap.
And so that's where he's staying. And I told her, I said, and you thought I was horrible for saying I needed $50 a week.
Right.
Just to cover groceries.
Right. Well, and see, now she does buy her own groceries. She hardly ever eats here. And that's a problem I have, because I told her, I said, if you continue to spend all of your money making these restaurants rich instead of investing, and because that's what I want her to do. I want her to start taking a portion of her money and maybe 20% and investing it.
Yeah.
I said, you do that for your entire life and your career, you will have god awful money when you retire, and you'll be able to do whatever the hell you want to do. You might even be able to do it in your 40s.
Yeah.
And my son invests his money every single time he gets paid. I give him $30, well, 40. I give him $40 every payday, just for things that he needs at school, things that he needs for band, things that he wants, that kind of stuff. And he works for it. He takes the garbage out. He feeds the animals. He unloads the dishwasher. He washes his clothes. He keeps his room. He's actually started keeping his room clean. That's not a normal thing, but he washes the cars. He does things, whatever we ask him to, he does it. And he doesn't usually balk about it too much. Once in a while, he'll get in the habit of, oh, I forgot. And then I have to take money away from it.
That just comes with his age.
It reminds him really fast that forgetting costs him money. So, but I will say this. Every single payday, he'll give me $10 to put in the bank for him so he can invest it. and I've got an account for him that's attached to his little bank account. An investment account is it's connected, and I'll go in there and ask him, what do you want to put it in this week?
Mhm.
You know, he's been doing this now for, I don't know, maybe around the time school started last year. And he has over $300 already at
Nice.
15 years old invested.
Mhm.
That's not bad for a 15-year-old kid.
Not bad at all.
And I told him, I said, if you put 1/4 of your paychecks from now until you are 34, 35, 40 years old, you won't have to ever work again.
Yeah. I mean, all your experts say pay yourself first.
Yeah. And I said, what you do is you make sure that you have your 25% that you can invest, and the rest needs to go to paying your bills, saving for an emergency, and doing the things that you want to do. And if you can't afford that, too bad. You can't afford it. You got to pick another place to live, pick another car to drive, whatever. But that 25% needs to be sacred to you.
Mhm.
And I know that's a lot, but 25% can get him in a position that not many people his age would be at once he's 35 or 40.
Yeah, I don't think 25% is too much.
I know a lot of people say 15, but I think 25%. Shoot, there's people that I've known in my lifetime that live on half their income.
If you got in the habit of always putting 25% away and got into the mindset that whatever you make wherever you're at is 3/4 of what's on that check. If you
Right.
got in that mindset, then if you needed money, you would be encouraged to chase a job that paid more.
That's right. That's right. So you
Instead
can
of
have
just
more
saying, okay,
expendable income.
I need to use that 25% now because things
Right.
have gone up.
And that's what I don't want him to have to do, is use that 25%.
Yeah.
Hey, Sweet Thumb, how are you?
No, that's
We're
a
up
name I'm
late
not
tonight.
familiar with.
We're always up. No, I'm not familiar with Sweet Thumb either. Have I ever seen you before, Sweet Thumb? Have you been in my chat before? Have I been to your chat before?
Do you go by Sweet or do you go by Thumb?
Yeah. Do you go by Sweet? But yeah, he's been really good about putting that $10 every single, and sometimes I'll add a little bit more to it if I have extra, and that's how he got over $300, is doing that since September-ish. And me adding a little bit here and there. Like when Wesley got a bonus, I added $50. And then anytime any extra money comes in, I'll give him a little bit of it to help. I wish I'd have done it with Violet, but at this point she is an adult and she's making her own decisions, and a lot of her decisions are restaurants.
Well, the ever since let's see, 79 or 80, I have always had extra taken out of my check for taxes.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just a habit I've gotten into for 40 some years. And I never worry about paying taxes at the end of the year.
Yeah.
I always get a good return.
A return. Mm-hmm.
And it's just something I don't even think about. And I've finally gotten Vicky to start doing that.
Oh, good.
She doesn't do it to the extent that I do.
Sure.
But it's nice to get,
Oh, yeah.
four digits at the end of the year tax.
It's like a little bonus, isn't it?
Even if it's my money, it's still found money.
That's right. That's right. She said not in. I'm sorry. I'm assuming she. Please correct me if I'm wrong. Not in the chat. Either heard you mentioned or saw you in somebody's chat and said thank you. You know what? I remember that. That's exactly right. I think I saw you over at Mona's chat. Is that correct? Sifting some soil. I was in her chat the other night. I haven't really been on. I haven't even been visiting people's live streams or anything
Sweet.
in the
I
last.
haven't. Like I said, I got this camera. It's been 6 months. I've never really done an official
Yeah, yeah.
live stream with it until.
Well, your picture's freaking amazing, and I'm jealous. I thought I was upgrading a little bit with my phone, and I'm looking at your picture, going, "Yeah, no,
Well,
it's not working for me."
I didn't buy. I invested in a camera.
You mean a real investment?
I got a real is buy once and cry once.
What kind did you get?
This is a Sony. It's a ZV E10.
That's what I want. Hush your mouth. Hush your mouth.
And then I bought the Sigma 1.4 lens for it.
Okay. And what does that do?
It's just very, very clear and gives you the depth of field you want. It's
okay.
It gives you the view that I want, that you need, and handles low light pretty good.
Okay. She said yes. It must have been sifting with soil. Okay.
So here it is right here.
Let me. What you got to zoom in, because I'm blind as a bat. Let me. No,
it's zoom in.
Why is that so?
I'm kind of washed out because
You are washed out at that angle.
When I rebooted, I didn't go in and recalibrate this camera.
Okay.
Let's see here if I get a better.
So if I bought one, you'd teach me how to use it.
There, is that a better view? Can you see it better now?
Oh yeah. Oh, that's nice. Oh wow.
So
wow.
I really like it.
I have been wanting one ever since they come out, but
I mean, they're expensive, but they're not high end.
They're not. They're prohibitive.
They're within reach.
Yes.
I'll put it to you that way.
If you save your money, you can get one and not break the bank.
It's an investment in my channel.
Yes, and that's what I'd like to do. I think though, before I wanted that Sony since they came out. Yep, that's something else. It has been all the rage.
Yeah, everybody's gives it high marks.
Yes, and they say that it's kind of like a no-brainer kind of camera, that you don't have to have a lot of.
I've got it set up, and somebody was saying the other day, said, well, the screen on the back swings out sideways. I said, yeah. He said, well, I don't want that. I want one that swings at top. I said, I don't even use the screen.
Okay. I use the screen. And I try really hard to look at the lens.
The screen that pops up, normally you'd be on the back side of the camera.
Sure, yeah. But it pops up so you can see yourself.
So you can fold it out so you can see yourself, but I don't even use that part.
Okay.
I just use the screen to get it set up. I put it in the middle of my monitor so it looks like I'm looking straight at y'all.
Right.
And I don't even. All I do is turn it on and off. I haven't touched the settings for months.
Okay.
But it's a worthwhile
guy.
camera.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Mr. Sweet Thumb.
I'm a guy. I just picked a goofy name. Okay.
It's okay. I like goofy names. Mine's goofy too. They introduced them as vlogging. Yes, they did. They sure did.
Yes, that's how they touted them.
Hey, Marcel is back. Marcel, meet Sweet Thumb. I met Sweet Thumb in. Do you remember Sifting Some Soil that used to come in here all the time? Mona is her name. And I met Sweet Thumb in Mona's chat the other night.
Oh, okay.
It's been maybe 4 or 5 nights ago, something like that. We were talking. She crochets on her channel too.
Oh, really?
She gardens and crochets.
I'm not sure if I'm good. I'm not sure if I'm subscribed to her. I probably am. I'm gonna look it up.
Hope so. She's such a sweet lady. I love her. And her friend Felicia.
Let's see.
Everybody calls her Fee. I love her too. She's funny. She's real funny. But I forget what Fee's channel name is. If you remember, Sweet Thumb, could you drop the link? I don't know if you can or not. Fiddlesticks.
Oh, I can. Yeah, I'm going to subscribe to her. Sifting Some Soil and More now.
Yeah,
She
yeah.
changed her
She
channel
changed it
name.
to and more. That's right. That's right. I forgot about that. F.R. Humphrey. That's right. F.R. Humphrey is Felicia, her sidekick and friend. And I love them both. They're great people. Now, I have never been to Fee's actual channel, and I should be ashamed of myself. I'm subscribed to it, but I don't watch her. I watch her when she's on Mona's live streams. So, F.R. Humphrey. Thank you. Thank you so much, Sweet Thumb. I appreciate that.
I'm here. I'm listening. I'm trying to get back to your chat. My Wi-Fi is going so crazy slow.
You know, ours was out for 8 hours today because of the storm we had last night. I stayed up till about 8 o'clock this morning, crocheting that border on that thing. And it was storming when we were talking to each other last night. And when I went to bed, I woke, this is what made me go to bed, was I tried to get on my computer and I'm like, it said not connected to the internet. And I'm like, that's BS. I was just connected a second ago. What are you freaking talking about? So I got on my phone and I tried to get on YouTube. Well, I got on YouTube on my phone because I was using my 5G. And so I went to, all the settings and stuff to find out what was going on. Well, then I got a text from AT&T saying, thank you very much, Marcel. Appreciate you dropping that link. I got a text from AT&T saying there was an outage in my area and they expected it to take 8 hours and 40 minutes to fix. Whoa. And I'm thinking, why? Why?
Well, I'm surprised I didn't lose power and internet on that storm. I usually lose it all.
It's funny. I don't usually lose anything unless, well, you remember the hurricane that we had and the lights went out, but that's because a tree fell on the power line across the street, and lady next door to me, a tree fell over there and pulled her entire electric box off of her house. I mean, it was crazy. Some of the things I saw after that hurricane were insane. But we were only without power for, I believe it was 5 days. I believe.
I mean, I think the neighborhood's okay, but whatever's feeding the neighborhood seems to go out a lot.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And after all that
was
big
the only time I've ever lost power in living here was during that hurricane. We have thunderstorms all the time, and they might flicker, but they don't stay out. So that's kind of cool. I like that. And we do not have underground lines here. They're, going from pole to house, pole to house.
Right.
Well, guys, I'm going to have to hop off.
Oh, okay, Marcel. Thank you so much for being my wing lady.
Well, thank you for having me.
It's good seeing
You're
you
the
again,
best.
Marcel.
Oh my gosh, I've missed hanging out with you guys.
I have too, and I'm not going to let it go that long again.
I think we should not do that.
We should not. And you need to tell Patrick to get on the damn day shift. Okay? Okay?
Yeah, I think he's working the night shift over there. So he's working like some shift like 2 to 10 or something like that. So normally right now this is his afternoon, like after 5, and he'd be able to catch up with us then. But I think that's what's got him held up over there.
is working the night shift.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
Sweet
haven't
Thumb
seen
said
her.
Hurricane Katrina was not. I bet it was. I was not here for Katrina. Sweet Thumb. I was in Virginia during Katrina, and I had a friend who lived here, and I'll never forget. I was on the internet that night, and I saw her, and I'm like, "Where are you?" She said, "I'm at home." I'm like, "Home? Don't you know there's a Category 5 hurricane headed right for your house?" I said, "Get the hell out of there." She said, "I can't go anywhere. I'm broke and payday's not till such and such." I'm like, "Oh my," she had 7 kids in that,
Oh my
and
goodness.
I was terrified. One of them was an infant. And I know that because Violet was only 3 weeks old when Hurricane Katrina hit. And I remember sitting there, I was nursing Violet and typing at the same time, "Get out, get out, get out."
That's
And
so
she ended up with a hole in her roof the size of a car. What the devil was?
What was that?
Oh, freaking no.
Sweet Thumb, where are you in Mississippi? I remember that you were in Mississippi. I never asked you where. I mean, you don't have to tell me your exact address or anything, but just give me an area.
Well, I'm gonna go. I've officially woke up the
Take
Zoom.
care.
The
I'll see you
Zoom's awake.
soon, Marcel. Good night, Emery.
We'll see you guys.
Mwah.
Good seeing you again, Marcel. Be
See you
safe.
soon, guys. Good to see
Bye.
you,
Bye bye.
Love
Bye-bye,
y'all.
hon. Oh my goodness. She's the one that talked me into doing this.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Well, there were a few times the other night.
If I'd have thought you could have been talked into it, I'd have been on you.
Well, Central Mississippi. Like north of Jackson or south of Jackson? East or west? I could have been talked into it, I think. I just not really talked into it. I think I needed encouragement because I was feeling like I had run out of to say. And I was feeling, are you there? Oh God, am I by myself again? No, Grumpus, come back. Grumpus, come back. That reminds me of Kalen. You know, the guy that does the recipes? He was watching a lady make macaroni and cheese one time and she put vegetables in it. And she goes, he had watched another one before that where another lady was making mac and cheese and she baked it in the oven like it's supposed to be. And when he saw the lady adding vegetables and stuff to this macaroni and cheese, he says, wait, what's going on? Black lady, please come back. Black lady. I said, oh my God, that's the funniest thing I've ever seen. Because, yeah, vegetables don't belong in macaroni and cheese. I'm just saying. I have never been in Central Mississippi, Sweet Thumb, and I would love to go. You know where I'd like to visit is Natchez because, you know, all the historical homes and stuff. And I would like to visit Tupelo, and I would like to visit somewhere around Oxford. Oh, what's the name of that state park up there? Not Tishomingo. Oh gosh, there's a state park up there that has like almost mountainy look to it. North of Jackson and people down oh, you got people down by Mobile. Okay. Well, my son lives in Pensacola. So Mobile's about halfway. Not really. Fairhope is about, or Foley is about halfway, but still, I get it. People down by, I think I'd rather be north of Jackson than in Jackson. From what I've heard, Jackson has become an absolute ish hole. Natchez, Yazoo, Vicksburg, it's some great place. You see, I would love to go up there, and I need to. I'm thinking about maybe this summer taking a little traveling tour around Mississippi because we've been here 15 years. December will make 15 years, and we've only been on the coast. Now, we've been everywhere on the coast, just about. In fact, I was just in Gaucher the other day at the animal shelter. But I would like to see more of Mississippi because some of the pictures that I've seen, of different places is just beautiful. I used to have a cousin who lived in Greenville, and I almost went and visited her once, and then I changed my mind, and I can't remember why. But that's kind of far. That's almost Arkansas. But I would love to see Vicksburg. Yeah. And I used to listen to Jerry Clower when I was a young person. And oh my gosh, I never laughed so hard in my life. I used to love Jerry Clower. He was a comedian who was from Mississippi, from Yazoo City or something. Anyhow, and he used to talk about people that he grew up with. And I never will forget one of his skits. He said that, what was his name? Udell, Vernell, the whole list of this family with kids, and all their names ended with L. Okay, great. Thank you, Grumpus. I did not hear the ding because I have my stinking computer muted. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. This thing locked up again.
No, it's okay.
I think Firefox is messing up on me.
Well, can you do Google Chrome?
I can do Chrome.
Yeah.
I'm in the habit of using Firefox. I've been using Firefox since version 1.
Okay.
Years
Is there
ago.
other versions?
Oh yeah, we're up to 20 or 30
92?
now.
But anyhow, I was talking about Jerry. You've listened to Jerry Clower before, haven't you?
Yeah, I know who that is.
I love Jerry Clower. Sweet Thumb, if you haven't listened to him, he's deceased now, but he was a redneck, not in a bad way. Not in a bad way. Let me call him something else.
Southern gentleman.
Southern white guy.
Yeah.
And he used to tell stories about when he was growing up, and they'd go coon hunting and possum hunting. And he talked about a family that he knew, Burnell and Udell Ledbetters. And he's hilarious.
He's a storyteller.
And super entertainment. Almost like, do you remember back when Bill Cosby was not a pervert? You do remember Jerry? Oh. and he what was he talking when he was talking about Yatchets? Remember that? Oh my God, I love him. But anyhow, shit, I lost my sorry, lost my train of thought. Dang it. What were we talking about, Grumpus, before I went off on Jerry Clower?
I don't know, because I was rebooting.
Firefox, and then computers.
Firefox,
Yeah.
Chrome.
Oh, it don't matter. The hell with it. Don't matter.
I'm still at
Look, the more wine I drink, the more curse words come out of my mouth, and I'm sorry, but I will not drop an F-bomb, I promise. I promise. Because I'm married to a sailor, and, that's just the way we talk sometimes. And I should be ashamed of myself, but I'm kind of not. Grumpus, I went and visited my parents back in March.
Well, I knew you said you planning on doing that. How'd that go?
Well, I was supposed to go in December after Christmas, the day after Christmas, but I broke my tooth. And then that whole fiasco began.
Do I want to ask how?
Oh, you weren't here for the story. Oh, my God. Okay, the root cause of the tooth breaking, there was a filling in it that had, I guess, gotten loose. It was an old filling. I'd probably had it since I was 10. And it had gotten loose. Well, when I bit down on this particular food item, it cracked underneath.
Oh.
And then the whole thing just fell out.
Yeah.
It was awful. It was awful. That has never happened to me in my life, and I was mortified. However, they fixed it, thank God. But it took me 3 days to get into the dentist. So on the day before my birthday, I ended up having to go to the dentist, which was really I'm scared of the dentist. I'm really,
I just don't like them.
I have anxiety attacks and I cry and I hyperventilate and it's just a mess.
It just goes right back to them overpriced doctors to me.
Yes. So anyhow, the thing that I broke my tooth on, Christmas Day, we had dinner at my daughter's house like we always do because she has a bigger house now than I do. And daughter number 2 had made Rice Krispie treats for all the kids. And you say to yourself, oh dear, how in the God's name do you break your tooth on a Rice Krispie treat? There's nothing in there to make you break your teeth. It's like a friend of mine I had one time had broken his tooth on a hot dog. What kind of teeth did you have, mister? Okay.
Must have been a bone-in hot dog.
Right. So, well, let me explain these Rice Krispie treats. They were beautiful. Prettiest dang Rice Krispie treats I'd ever seen in my entire life, which is why I wanted one. She had made the treats pink with food coloring. And then she took all these cool little decorations that you get in the bottles in the cake decorating department and sprinkled them all over the top with glitter and edible confetti and these cute little pearly things that were all pastel colored. It was the prettiest stinking thing. I said, give me one of them. I grabbed one, bit down on one of them pearls. It was like cement. And then then my tooth came out with it. So my daughter broke my tooth for me. And so I didn't get to go to Georgia that time. So we made arrangements to go in March for spring break while my son was out of school. And we spent the entire week. It was so peaceful. Rumpus, I did not have to cook one meal. I did not have to clean one dish. I did not have to.
Wow, sound like you're on vacation.
It was a real vacation, and I thank them so much for that because now I did do a dish because I'm not going to let my stepmother sit there and cook that wonderful meals every day and not do a dish. I would not do that. Hot dogs and hamburgers will have bone and gristle yes, that's true. That is true.
Yeah, especially hamburger.
Especially hamburger, yeah. But the weather was phenomenal. It was nothing but maybe 65 to 70 degrees the whole time I was there with bright sunshine and cool nights and bonfires and family. I went to my brother's house. He just built a new house and it's really nice. It's not, it kind of gives you a cabin feel on the inside. It's not super elaborate. It's got 2 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms that are huge, mind you. And the kitchen and living room is in the center of the home. And then you can look out over all of his 300 acres in the backyard.
Sweet.
It's beautiful. Just, and like I said, it's not elaborate, but to me, I'm a simple lady. I don't need a whole lot to make me happy, but looking out them back windows made me immensely happy. And looking out my dad's kitchen window and seeing the pond made me super, super happy. And he's got pecan trees now. He's got pear trees, like 6 of them. He's got blueberry bushes growing in various stages of development, from itty bitty baby ones all the way up to ones that are tall as me. He's got 4 or 5 persimmon trees. And it was, I just can't. It was so much fun.
Sounds really nice.
Fun and peaceful, so peaceful. My dad lives on a busy highway. Well, it's not a busy highway. The interstate's behind his house. And if you listen hard enough, you can hear it. Especially when a semi-truck blows a tire, you can really hear it. But it's not distracting in any way. But the road that he lives on is a little country highway. And it's a lot of times the truckers will use that as a through street. So a lot of, not a lot, there's some logging type traffic with semi trucks carrying logs back and forth to so and so. But other than that, you don't. There's a gun range down the road, and every now and then you'll hear some people shooting guns. And then, of course, my uncle lives across the street, and he hunts deer, so you can hear that. But it's amazing. And you know, Dad, he's the animal lover, so he feeds the birds every morning, and he calls it bird TV. And he'll make the coffee, and I'll walk out to the living room before everybody else because, you know, I wake up at 4 a.m. And it's like, hey, you want to go outside and see the bird show? Like, yeah, come on, let's go. Grab your coffee. So me and Dad would sit out on the front porch every morning, watch the birds, just every kind of bird you could think of, every doves, pigeons, little warbler type birds, little sparrows, cardinals, blue jays, bluebirds. It was insane. And they all know that's the sanctuary. Nobody's allowed to hurt you on Dad's property. So let's all go there. It was really nice.
Sound like you got a really nice place.
It is. And I took some video again. So I'm not quite sure which direction I want to go with this video, because really all I did in this one was walk around it's about a mile around this trail that he's made with his, what do you call it, side-by-side or golf cart. He's got a soft golf cart, but he also has a side-by-side. And usually he's in the golf cart. My brother usually is the one in the side-by-side, but he'll take that golf cart and go around the back of the property. And he's got a deer stand out there. So he'll drop corn. He feeds the deer every night. Not a night goes by that man don't have corn and deer in the back, corn and deer in the front. He's got like 4 or 5 places that he drops corn. And so what we did was we took a walk all the way around that trail that Dad has kind of carved out with his golf cart and side-by-side. And I'm not quite sure which direction to go with the video. I don't know if I should just take a walk with everybody and explain what everything is, or if I should just not talk at all and put it to music and say, damn, this is paradise.
It'd be nice if it was more like a vlog where you could
a little narrated thing,
kind of narrate, and you could
because I wasn't in it
in the background.
Right, yeah.
But you can do a voiceover and point out interesting stuff.
Right. Well, and there's not really that much interesting. There kind of is. I don't know. Oh, barn dominiums are the way to go. Simple. Do you know my niece, my brother's daughter, the one I told you that just built the house and has the 300 acres. He gave his daughter 40 something acres, and they built a barn dominium on it. Let me tell you what, when you walk in that place, you cannot tell it is a barn dominium. It's all metal sided on the outside. It's probably 20 something feet in the air. But when you walk in, it is a home. And they did such a wonderful job on that place. It's mind blowing, really. And it's dark blue, pretty blue. And I'm not sure I would have chosen that color, but by God, when I saw it, I'm like, wow, that's really nice. They've got a garage at the end, and it can hold 3 or 4 cars. And then the entrance is not very elaborate at all. It just has a little front porch covered, and there's nothing elaborate about it. It's a concrete slab. You walk in, it's covered, like I said, but you walk in and you're like, oh my God, I really expected this to look like a warehouse. It does not. She's got 3 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms. It's not super huge, but it's not It's plenty big enough for her, her husband, and their little girl. So there's that. I would love to do it, really. But now here's the interesting part. Here's the very interesting part. Remember I told you that my brother, one of my brothers, owned property next door to my dad.
Right.
And it was a little one-bedroom house that my brother built probably 20, 25 years ago, just in case the situation he was in didn't work out. Well, he ended up marrying that situation about 20 years later. And
He still got
and
the
now,
getaway house.
hey, and now they have $1 million house in Maryland. So he decided to sell that house that his contingency house to my youngest brother and his wife. So now my youngest brother and his wife are neighbors to my dad. My other brother has 300 acres around the corner. The other brother has $1 million house in Maryland, and he's not moving to Georgia because they have grandkids up there. So I'm thinking, well, I'm the only person who's not affiliated. Maybe one of these days I'll have me a house up there.
Well, you'd said something about maybe going to your dad's place.
Mm-hmm.
Was that
Yeah.
is that still an option?
Yeah, it is. It is. It's something I'm considering. One of the things that's holding me back from doing that is I need to do some more research about the VA hospitals and the healthcare up there. Did I tell you that my brother had to be life flighted to Augusta in December? We almost lost my brother. He's the youngest.
We haven't really talked since November.
That's right. That's true. Right after Thanksgiving, it was the first week of December. My brother had a headache. Had a headache for 2 weeks. Went to the doctor. They gave him some blood pressure medicine because his blood pressure was a little high, and it didn't help him. He went back to the doctor the next week, and they ended up life flighting him to Augusta Hospital in Georgia, where he had brain surgery to remove a brain bleed.
Oh my goodness.
My dad calls me and said, Charlotte, we need to pray for your brother. He's on his way to Georgia or Augusta. He's got a brain bleed, and we don't know what's going on next. Well, it was really scary, Grumpus. I'm not going to lie to you.
I bet it was.
It was a very scary situation. And I didn't know if I should leave now and go, and I'm like, Dad, what do I do? Do I leave? Should I come? He said, I don't know yet. Let me get more information and I'll let you know. Well, by the time I got more information, he was in surgery having a softball-sized clot of blood removed from his brain, and he was fine. He was fine. Miracle. Absolute miracle. All of that blood had been leaking into his brain for 2 weeks, and the doctor said if that would have happened all at one time, he'd be a dead man.
Wow.
He said what happened was because it was a slow leak, it just kept pushing and pushing and pushing until he started having a couple of symptoms. Another miracle of that whole situation, not one neurological deficit came out of that. Not one. Which doesn't even happen. That doesn't happen. And boy, I'll tell you what, when I saw him in March, I've never been so glad to see a human being in my life. Really. That was scary. God, that was scary. But he's well, he's healthy, he's back at work. He was only out of work for like 6 weeks.
And it was just one of them things, or they know what brought it on? Or?
They think the only thing because I asked him, I said, hey, I got one question for you. Why in the world did you think it was normal to walk around for 2 solid weeks with a headache? Because that's not normal. He said, well, it wasn't a bad headache. And I get why he said he also has migraine headaches. And he's been suffering with them probably since he was in his mid-30s. So he knows what a bad headache feels like. And I guess because it wasn't as bad as that, he didn't think anything of it. But he said that he had been working on his daughter's house, the barndominium, and he bent over to grab a tool, and when he come back up, he cracked the back of his head on the countertop.
Mm.
And he said, I kind of saw stars, but then I was okay, and I just kept working. Well, then the next day he had a headache, and another one, and another one, and it just kept going from there. So he thinks that that's what caused it.
Well, it makes perfect sense.
Well, it does,
And
but
it makes sense that he would have thought it'd just go away in a couple of days too.
sure, but like after number 6, don't you think? I don't know. But I learned one thing through that entire fiasco. If I want to know any medical information, do not ask my sister-in-law. Yeah, that's a no-go. She's a lovely lady, but
She doesn't gossip, huh?
well, she just doesn't know what she's talking about.
Oh, okay.
I'll mess around and walk around with a twin growing out my back. We all must be cut from the same cloth. The last time I went to the hospital, I knew I was having a heart attack. The time before that, I started seeing double and thought I was having a stroke. And that was what, 2002? But I won't go to the hospital unless I know well, and that's the thing. I used to tell people all the time when I worked in nursing, hospitals are not for emergency rooms. I said emergency rooms are not for puking and sniffles. They're for gunshots and heart attacks. Don't take your kid to the stinking emergency room because it's got a fever of 102. Give it some Tylenol and wait till the next day and make a doctor's appointment, And that's what I use the emergency room for, the real stuff.
Yeah.
I am trying so hard not to smoke on this stream.
I thought you'd given that up.
I did, and then I didn't. So that's my life. Okay, Grumpus, that's just my life.
Well, you didn't give it up. You just stopped for a while.
I stopped for a while. I might stop again for a while. I don't know. I'm getting too old to be doing this nonsense. I probably already damaged myself, taking 20 years off my life.
Well, we don't want you to have no helicopter rides.
No, I don't want any helicopter rides. But you know what? I'm going to regret saying this one day. But if you can't do what you like to do, it kind of takes the joy out of living.
Well,
and I know it's dangerous, and I know it's going to.
There's always that.
I mean, some people like donuts.
I had a very, very good friend for years that was. He was obese. He was well into 300 pounds.
Ooh, ouch.
And I knew him for probably 20 years.
Yeah.
And he got a new doctor about every year and a half, 2 years, because they all kept telling him he needed to lose some weight and stop eating all the greasy food that he was eating and stuff like that. And he'd just keep trying to find a doctor to tell him what he wanted to hear.
Right.
And his favorite line was, "I ain't going to die hungry."
Well, no, I guess he didn't, did he?
And we ended up burying him in an oversized casket.
Oh, no. I'll tell you, my ex-mother-in-law, Erica's grandmother, I loved her like she was my own. And she used to tell me she had emphysema, but not so bad that she walked around with an oxygen bottle. She'd have little episodes now and then. And of course, she smoked for years and years and years. I never will. Shoot, we used to go to her house and sit in the garage and smoke all night long and talk, and just it was a lot of fun. I loved her. But anyhow, she had an episode one time where they had to take her to the emergency room because she couldn't catch her breath. She said, I could breathe in just fine. I just couldn't breathe out. I said, that's weird. She said, I know it's weird. She says, Charlotte, I'm not so scared of dying. She said, I ain't afraid of that a bit. She said, but it's the bullshit you got to go through to get there that's the problem. Now, mind you, she's about 80 years old when she said this to me. Yeah. Because she had just gotten out of the hospital, and she's like, I hate them places. I just hate that they come in every 3 hour, wake you. They tell you to rest, and then they wake you up.
Every doctor that needs an extra $100 that day stops
Right.
there and look at you.
Right. Sweet Bum said he's never spent an entire day in the hospital. Can't tell me nothing. When I had my heart attack, I did spend the night, but I was there for about 30 hours. That's it. Now, I was very lucky. I might not be so lucky next time, if there is a next time. But they roto-rootered my plumbing and said, Prang, go out and play. You are well, just like Bill Cosby. Do you remember?
Last time I was in the hospital, I spent 5 days. I had pneumonia.
Oh, geez. Was that the recent illness you had?
No. This would have been, gosh, maybe 10 years ago, 8 years ago, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And it was my fault. I mean, I was out, I was working on the pond.
Right.
And I was in the process of remodeling things. So I had dug out some more stuff. Make a long story short, I'm out there in January in a flannel shirt and shorts, standing in that water, moving big rocks, big boulders around.
Oh my God.
End up giving myself pneumonia, but I carried that around and put up with it for almost 3 weeks.
Oh, Jesus.
And finally the wife, she says, you're going to the hospital. And I was so weak, I couldn't fight her. She took me to the hospital.
You couldn't fight her.
And they admitted me, and I said, well, do what you got to do, but I can't stay.
Right.
I can't afford to stay.
Right.
And they kept me 5 days. And on that 5th day, I told them, I said, I'm leaving today, whether you check me out or not.
Right.
And I did. But it was my fault that I got myself that sick.
Well.
And it was my fault I let it get so far out of hand before I went in. I probably could have went to the doctor and got a shot in the
after about 2 days, you'd got antibiotics and been well.
Could have got a shot in the ass and been on my way. And
That's right. That's right. Now, you remind me of me, because when I had Violet, mind you, I had 5 kids at home when I had Violet, and I had her at 5 or 6 o'clock in the afternoon, and by 8 o'clock, I was telling the doctor, I told the nurse actually, I said, I need to get out of here. I got to go home. The baby's in the NICU. She was in the NICU because whatever. I don't even know. They said that, well, she wasn't eating and they were doing blood work, and they said some count was a little bit too high. They wanted to put her on antibiotics for 3 days. I said, fine, I need to go home. I'll be back in a little bit to feed her, but I got to go home.
Yeah.
Because I got kids to check on. I can't be here. Well, no, you can't go home till in the morning. No, I can go home in the morning or before the morning. I need the doctor to sign me out now. And if he's not going to sign me out now, I'm going to walk out that door. Period. No choice.
That's pretty much what I told him.
Well, you've got an IV. You can't leave. I said, Wesley, hand me that gauze over there. I said, whoop, put the gauze on. I said, pull. And I took my own IV out. I said, I don't have an IV now. I'm leaving. She got, just give me a minute. I need to talk to the doctor and let him know what's going on. If you'll give me a minute, I'll get him to sign you out. I said, okay. So I waited about 25 minutes, had papers saying it was okay for me to leave. And I gathered my things and I left. But same thing kind of happened with Murphy, except for when I had Murphy, this daughter gives me so many problems. Same daughter that I always, Rachel, the one I'm making the blanket for. She was 16, 17, 19 years old. And she liked to drink a lot back then. And she had a job at a pizza joint that would serve her alcohol after the place was closed. And then she'd drive home like that. And she went missing. She had left the hospital after the baby was born. And that night, I kept trying to get in touch with her. I couldn't find her. None of her friends knew where she was. I called everybody I knew. And I'm like, she was supposed to be back here at 8 o'clock. She's not here. Where is she? Where is she? Well, that soon as daybreak, I told the nurses, I got to leave. My daughter's missing and I can't find her. So they had the doctor put the baby in the NICU for jaundice and put him under the lights so that I could leave to go find. Let me tell you what, I had everything packed up, had the cart that I was, we were walking the cart with all my things, and I was in a wheelchair, and here she come down the hallway. I got out of the wheelchair. Now, mind you, I just had a baby like at 10 o'clock, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, probably 8 hours before that. I grabbed her by her throat, stuck her up on the wall and said, where the hell have you been? And Wesley come up behind me. He said, put her down. You just had a baby. You cannot be doing this right now. So her eyes were this big. She goes, I'm sorry, Mom. I'm sorry. I said, no, you ain't sorry yet. I said, get home now. So she got in her car. We met her at the house. We had a discussion. And then I went back to the hospital to feed my baby. And we did that for 3 days. Back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. But I promise you, she didn't leave the house for that 3 days. I don't care if you're 19 or not. So, funny enough, Erica caught wind that this restaurant was doing this, serving alcohol to a minor. But, well, she wasn't a minor, but she was under drinking age.
Right, right.
And we warned her, and I told her, I said, look, if you do this again, I'm calling the ABC on you. I'm calling on that bar that you work at, and we're going to get this fixed. It was a pizza restaurant that had a bar in it. So she was the waitress, and she could serve the alcohol. She just couldn't drink it, right?
Right.
So Erica found out that she was drinking and driving, and she called ABC herself, and they shut that place down, locked it up, put padlocks on the doors. And they fired Rachel because she was so stupid that she went back to work and said, my mama threatened to call the ABC if I got caught drinking and driving again. And then she accused me of getting her fired. I said, I didn't get you fired. Your dumb self got you fired. You're the one that opened your mouth and told all your business.
Yep, yep.
But that was boy, I tell you what, that girl has been. I think back now and I'm like, you know what? She was not an easy girl to raise, even though she was the one that was the most like me.
I was getting ready to say, I wonder where she got all that from.
You know what's funny? Grumpus, I never drank till I was on YouTube.
Are you going to blame YouTube or us?
No, I'm blaming me. Truly, but I'll never forget my 50th birthday party. And my brother wanted to buy me a shot of tequila. Patron.
Ooh, the good stuff.
Yeah. And I said, I don't know. I said, I don't really drink, Robbie. He goes, oh, come on, your 50th birthday party. You need to have at least one shot of this Patron. I said, all right. So I did, and it was yummy. Oh, man, that was that was tequila right there. Now, I had dabbled a little bit throughout the years from, say, 21 to 50, but
Right.
I was just not a drinker, you know. And it was something I did maybe twice a year on a special occasion. And that night, I got a little tipsy at my birthday party. And I said, my whole family was there. My daughter invited all of my family for that party. And it was so nice. And so they were all sitting around the table. There was probably 40 people there. And I said, I just want everybody to know that I have spent my entire life sober. And I'm 50 now, and it's time. Maybe I should try a little bit of drunk. My dad said, well, I don't think that's such a bad idea.
I'm going to the dark side the next 50.
Dang right. So, but I didn't. And then I was encouraged to drink wine occasionally by my husband right before I got on YouTube. And I enjoyed it. I mean, I like wine. I do like wine. I do. I like Merlot and I like Cabernet. The rest of it, I don't care nothing about. Chardonnay. I like a good white now and then. But anyhow, but then my son introduced me to Fireball.
Ooh.
On the phone. I'm talking to him on the phone at midnight. And he was telling me about this Fireball. I said, you know what? I think I got some of that in the freezer. I don't know who it belongs to. But there's a bottle of it in my freezer. It was a little bottle, just a little bottle. And he goes, well, try some, Mom. I said, I don't like whiskey, son. And he says, oh, you'll like this. He said, just pour a little tiny bit in the, just a tiny bit in the cup and sip on it. I said, all right. So I did. Boy, that was good stuff. By the end of our conversation, I had drank all but about this much of the bottle. And I said to him, I said, oh my God, Logan, I've drank nearly this entire bottle of Fireball. What in the world am I? He goes, oh, you're going to feel like shit in the morning. I said, dang it.
I don't see anything wrong.
I didn't feel drunk. I mean, I felt happy, but I didn't feel drunk.
That stuff sneak up on you.
Who did it? By the time I walked from the kitchen to my bedroom, I was toasted. And the next morning I felt it. And that was the first time Fireball struck. And the last time Fireball struck was the night I might fool myself.
I remember that night.
I won't never do that again. I won't ever drink Fireball again. I can promise you that.
Well, I don't see anything wrong at all getting online and visiting with friends and having a
drink or two. Yeah.
We're not drinking. We're not driving anywhere.
That's right. That's right.
I've got a watering hole I stop at after work every once in a while. And probably more than once in a while, but anyway. And I usually go because I get off work at 3:30. Usually. And the wife, she gets off at 5, but she works on the other side of town.
So it takes her till what, 6 to get home?
Yeah, so I can be at my place at 3:45 and leave at 6:30 and still beat her home.
Yeah.
But the bartender in there was telling me she says, you come in because I usually average about a beer an hour.
Okay.
And she said, I've never seen you drunk. You come in and have a couple of beers, maybe 3. And I said, well, you'll never see me drunk here.
Right.
If I'm going to get snootful, I'm going to be at the house.
Right.
So
that's the smartest way to do it because.
Well, it's expensive too.
Yes.
But,
definitely.
To get on with a bunch of friends and I'm not out chasing women. I'm not driving drunk and
Yeah. Do you remember when Wesley bought me that box of wine?
Yep.
That's still the box of wine.
Oh,
I mean,
really?
yeah, and there's still some in it. It's been sitting on the top of my refrigerator,
That
and
must have
every
been a
now and
big
then
box.
huh?
That must have been a big box.
No, no, it wasn't. Hang on, I'll show it to you. There she is.
It sure is. But that's been like, what, 8 months?
About that. Yeah,
Yeah, 8 or 9 months.
but that's how much I drink. Now, mind you, I've probably dipped into this 4 times since I got it. But again, I just, that's not something I do on the regular. It's something I do when I'm socializing with folks on the internet. And once in a while, when I'm cooking dinner, I'll put a little bit in the bottom of a glass and drink it. That's it. But it's just not something I do a lot. I heard that our friend laid off the bottle too.
Which friend's that?
I can't say the name because I don't want to blast it all over YouTube.
Oh, okay.
Somebody we see almost every weekend when we were live streaming.
Oh, okay.
You understand?
Lives out of town?
Yeah, way out of town.
Way on the other side of town.
On the other side, way on the other side of town. Yeah. That's what I heard from our other friend. That's real close friends with him.
That's what
but I'm happy for him.
I'm happy for him too, if that's what he wants to do.
That's right. That's right. And I think I haven't seen Tom in forever.
He does a live stream like at 5 in the afternoon.
Oh.
So, I never, I'm usually at work or on the way home. I don't, that stuff, it's over by the time I can get home.
Right. Yeah, I'm usually really busy at that time of day because I'm cooking dinner. I'm getting kids from one point. They're coming and they're going, and it's kind of crazy.
The Mike, the grilling dude.
Yeah.
He likes to cook live.
Okay.
So him and Tom and a couple other guys, they'll have a show.
Lee, is that who it is?
Lee, and then another buddy, Mike.
Yeah,
keto guy, Mike. They'll do this show, and like I said, I think it's 5 o'clock my time.
Right. Okay.
And they do this thing live for an hour.
Entertain them 3 people in my chat. I got to go to the ladies' room.
All right. Well, enjoy.
Sure.
Rudy, I don't know what the 2:39 is. That a time? 2:39. What time is it? I guess you're letting us know what time it is. And Sweet Thumb, is that what you go by, or you have a first name you go by, or? I mean, I go by Grumpus. That's my YouTube alter ego. All my bill collectors have my regular name.
You mean your government name?
My government name.
Oh, well, I don't.
People say, what do you go by? And I said, well, my friends call me this, and my bill collectors call me that. Just depends how you address it to me is whether or not that envelope has a window in it or not.
Right. I'll tell you what, I was doing so good this year with all my savings and my challenges and all that stuff until these animals got sick, and then crap hit the fan. And just Sweet Thumb, not even supposed to be my main channel. What is your main channel? Put a link to it so we can go subscribe.
I had to go up to. I
Mhm.
guess I didn't tell you my dad had died.
Oh no, I'm sorry, Grumpus.
We weren't that tight.
I know.
Anyway,
I know.
they had a memorial for him up in Dallas,
Mhm.
and I went up there. So we put the cat, this cat I showed you
Yeah.
that adopted us.
Right.
I
Is
put
that
her
the one you tried to pawn off on me?
Yeah, she's still wondering why he haven't showed up yet.
Well, she's your cat now.
I'm just feeding it till you get here. So anyway, I went ahead and boarded her. There's a place that is pretty reasonable, and I
Yeah.
boarded her. And she has, I guess she's got allergies
Okay.
because I mean you could hear her breathing really heavy, and
Mhm.
it comes and goes. Keep her in the house. It's not. We haven't noticed it that bad. Anyway,
Right.
I dropped the cat off, and the gal said, well, she's breathing kind of heavy. I said, yeah, I think she's got allergies. And she'd gotten out a couple of days ago, and she'd been breathing heavy. So I was in Dallas for 3 days.
Right.
And when I come back to pick her up, they had quarantined her to make sure that she didn't have anything that the other animals would get.
Oh my goodness.
And I said, okay, well, that makes sense. And of course, that was a higher price than where I
Sure.
would have known it.
Yeah.
And I'd talked to him on the phone. I knew they was going to quarantine her because they'd called me on the way to Dallas and said, here's what we need to do. And I said, okay.
Mhm. Mhm.
I explained the situation on how we got her and all that stuff. And I said, I'll tell you what, well, while you have her, just go ahead and make sure she got all of her shots and, give her a look, poke her around and give her all, make sure she's
Healthy.
So anyway, make a long story short, I went to pick her up. The bill was almost $800, $780 some dollars. And it was all stuff I told him to do.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I went to pay it, and I said, well, I guess it's my cat now. I said, I won't go to the doctor because I don't want to spend the $65 office visit.
Okay.
I'm dropping almost $800 on a damn cat that just crawled up on my lap from the neighbor leaving it.
Oh my gosh.
So yeah, those vet bills kind of knock you back.
They do. I'm telling you, when Jules got sick, the initial visit to determine what was wrong with him was $225, which to me wasn't half bad until they told me, well, you can either take him home to die or we can take care of him here. And I said, what?
Yeah.
And so we had a decision to make. So I called Wesley and I told Wesley what was going on. And I had Violet go pick Murphy up from school because everybody loved Jules. I mean, he was our cat, even though he was my familiar. And we all went up there, all four of us, and saw him over the bridge. And when I went to pay for it, it was $320 something.
Yep.
And I thought, well, that's great. I just paid $320 for a dead cat.
Yep.
Shit. And I thought that was bad.
When we put when we had to put Kitty down, I took Vicky with me. She said, "We just go ahead and take care of it." And I said, "No, this is our cat. You're going to go."
That's right. Yeah.
And
I tried to get the kids to stay out. They would not.
She held the cat while she got the shot and everything like that because I knew it was going to be rough on her.
Yeah.
But she had been wanting. We ended up with that cat partially because she'd said for 2 years she wanted a puppy. And I raised dogs for many, many years. And
I remember the Basset Hounds.
Finally, outlived all of them.
Yeah.
And I didn't want another dog.
Right.
And this cat showed up, and adopted this, and we got attached to it. But even that, I took care of it. And cats are pretty much maintenance free
Yes.
compared to a dog.
Sure.
And I just wanted her to go through the full experience before she wanted another one.
Right.
Because I used to tell years ago when I raised dogs, I used to tell people when they talk about, wanting a puppy or these impulse decisions they would make.
Yes.
And I said, look, if you're not prepared to bury it,
Don't
even
get it.
bring that puppy home, because
That's right.
you're going to, if you treat it right, you're still going to outlive it.
Yeah.
That's just the way it is.
Yeah.
So,
well, when you get to
like I
be a
said,
certain age,
Yeah.
and that's a scary thought right there, honestly, because my dad, he's 74, and he said to me when we were visiting, he said, you're getting old when you don't know if you're going to outlive your dog or not.
that's right.
And he's got 2.
Yeah.
Well, almost 3. I mean, my brother has a dog, a basset hound, actually, named Molly. But Molly don't stay with my brother. Molly stays at Dad's house.
Mm-hmm.
And she loves being at Dad's house. And so basically, he's got 3 dogs. And he has no clue if he's going to outlive them all or not. And if something happens to him, my stepmother's not going to take care of them dogs. I promise you that.
Yeah.
She don't care for animals that much. She might like a cat now and then, but she's not an animal person.
Well, this cat here, I have no idea how old she is.
Yeah.
So we don't know how long we'll have her.
Well, you sent me that scrawny picture of her. She looked like she was about 6 months old.
Well, I have fattened her up since then.
I see that. I'll be glad when Birdie gets a little bigger so she doesn't look so scrawny. To me, she looks scrawny. But then Jules was a good sized cat. He was filled out, and of course
this cat just sleeps all the time.
No kidding.
Eats and sleeps.
Well, when Virgil was sick the very next week, that bill was about $10.50 plus. You ain't gonna believe this, but I ended up having to buy him a 12-pack of dog food that was $61 a case. I don't even spend that on myself.
This is the dog you have now?
Yeah.
The one you know how big it's going to get?
I have no idea how big it's going to get, but that's the only thing he would eat. In fact, here's what happened. I took him, they put him on the medicine. They decided what was wrong with him was probably some kind of gastritis, okay? But he still wouldn't eat. He wasn't throwing up no more. He wasn't having the trots anymore. But he still wouldn't eat after 3 days. So I called the vet back and I said, something's wrong. He's not eating. I'm scared. I'm worried about this dog. He's not eating. He's going to die. If not from starvation, but from dehydration, because he wouldn't drink his water either. And so he said, bring him back in. I said, okay, I'll bring him back in. Well, that was another however much money. I don't even remember. I got the receipt around here somewhere. But so what he did was, he had told me when I left the first time to make him rice and boiled chicken with no seasonings or nothing on it, and feed him that until he finished his medicine. All right. I bought 10 pounds of leg quarters, boiled them all up, peeled them off the bone, chopped them up real nice for him, made a big pot of rice, put it in the refrigerator for the week, and I was trying to fix. He would not touch it. I'm hand feeding him little pieces of chicken, and he might eat 3 in a day. That's how it was going. And I'm like, he's going to die. So I get him to the doctor, and I explained everything to him about how he wasn't going to eat the chicken. He goes, well, maybe he just don't like chicken.
I'm not running a restaurant.
He says, hang on a minute. Let me get him some food here. So he poured about a quarter cup of dry dog food in a little plate and set it down for him to eat. And Virgil turned up his nose at it. He sniffed it and walked away from it. He said, I got an idea. Of course he did. Of course he had an idea. He went and got some of this $61 case dog food and put a couple of tablespoons in there and stirred it all up for him. And the dog ate it like he'd never had anything else in his life. And of course, at that point, I just want my dog to eat. And I'm like, all right, throw it in there with it. I'll take it all. That's what I did. I can give you a couple of cakes. Nope. Let's just take the whole thing. Okay. $61 later, I got how many's left? There's 7 cans left.
Was in a case 24?
12.
12. Oh my
12.
goodness.
What is that? $5 a can? Yeah.
So you mix that up. It's wet food, so you mix that up with the dry food.
It's dry. Mm-hmm. And
I'd be tapering that wet food off.
Well, I am. At this point,
I don't spend that much on my meals.
I don't either. And but right now he's not eating the wet food anymore. He's just eating his regular food and he's happy with it. So now I got 7 cans of $35 worth of dog food sitting in my pantry. What the hell am I going to do with that? And it's prescription. You can't even get it at PetSmart or Walmart.
Online.
You got to go to chewy.com and order it with a prescription or go to the vet's office and pick it up. So there's no other dog out there that's going to need it because, well, maybe, but who knows? I don't know.
You can donate it back to the vet.
Donate it.
Will he give you store credit?
I don't know. Maybe he'll take $35 off the bill for Monday because he's got to go back Monday to get a recheck and get some shots and figure out what the allergy problem is. He had a couple of fleas on him when I took him the first time. And I had just put his flea medication on him maybe a week before he got sick.
Okay.
And I'm thinking, what the heck's going on? How could he have a couple of fleas when I just gave him his flea medication? So that's another thing I paid for was $60 worth of a pill that he takes to keep fleas off of him. And of course, it's heartworm and all the other worm prevention too.
Yeah.
And so anyhow, I gave him that once I got him home from the vet. But his hair is still falling out. And he's got very thin hair on his legs.
Now you can go to the vitamin store and get yeast tablets.
Yeast tablets?
Just plain old yeast tablets at the vitamin store.
Okay.
And sneak one of those in, shove one of them down his throat every once in a while, and that'll help prevent fleas also.
No kidding.
Because it puts a taste to the blood that the fleas don't like.
Huh.
So even if he gets a flea, it'll keep him from biting him.
I'm going to do that.
We used to do that all the
time. I don't understand why this medication's not working, though.
Well, the medication won't necessarily kill the flea. What it does is usually affects the reproductive cycle of the flea. So it keeps it from laying eggs and hatching new ones. I don't know. It depends on the type of medicine that they're using. Some of it more or less sterilize the flea. So the eggs are not viable.
Okay.
Because that's what you have to do. It's like a 10-day cycle from egg hatch to adult laying eggs.
Okay.
And you have to break that cycle. So if you're trying to break a cycle, if you get fleas in your house, you treat your house, you treat your dog, and then about 6 or 7 days later,
You do it
that
again.
again.
Okay.
Because any fleas in any flea eggs or anything that falls off your dog into your carpet,
Well, I don't have carpet. That's a good thing.
or the floor or whatever, you just have to
Right.
break the cycle, whether it's
Mhm.
indoors, whether it's outdoors. If you're treating your yard, you got to treat it 2 times within that 10-day period
Okay.
to
Okay.
catch that cycle.
That's
And then the
Wesley
yeast
sprayed
tablets,
the yard probably a week. Yeah,
will
I'll get
work.
those.
And
We've got 2 neighbors that have dogs that don't get any care whatsoever.
right.
So their yards are full of fleas, and we treat our yard about
All
monthly.
it takes is one stray dog
Right.
to be passing through and
Uh-huh.
trot across your yard and drop flea or flea eggs in your yard.
Mhm.
That's all
Mhm.
it takes. I mean, you have to learn to control them because you can't stop them.
Right. Right. And that's what I thought we were doing, but I didn't understand. I didn't know about a cycle.
Yeah.
So what I'll do is we've got the spray for it in our yard,
Mm-hmm.
but I'll have Wesley go out there and do it again. I'll have him spray this week, and then I'll have him spray again next weekend. That's not going to keep them out of the yard, but at least it'll help. It'll help.
It'll knock them down. It'll
Mhm.
knock the live ones down, and then when
Yeah.
the new ones hatch out, it'll knock those down. 'Cause you got
Well,
to get them knocked down before they lay more eggs.
right. And as far as the fleas from the neighbors' yards, if they jump in my yard, they'll die. Right? Isn't that the
Hopefully.
theory? That's
It depends on what you're putting down to kill the fleas.
I don't know what he's using.
If it's something that will kill the flea if the flea ingests it, yeah, that'll help. If it's something that's just topical that actually has to touch the flea, then that's not going to keep the neighbors' fleas from jumping in your yard.
Okay.
But don't stop your treatment with your the monthly pill or heartworm or whatever.
No. He'll get that forever. Yeah.
But I used to give my dogs a yeast tablet every 3 or 4 days.
Okay. Can you sprinkle it on their food? Do you think will they eat it that way?
You could probably use regular yeast.
Okay.
The tablets was more convenient for me because I just grab the dog,
push it down their throat.
You know how the basset hound is. They got all that loose skin.
Yes.
Well, I'd reach over their nose and just fold that skin in over their teeth on
over
the top,
their teeth. Yeah.
and it would force their mouth open. And if you hold their head back, shove that pill down their throat.
Right.
Or at the
They
back
don't
of
have
their
no
tongue,
choice but to swallow it.
and just rub their throat a little bit. They'll swallow it.
That's the way Wesley does it. He rubs their throat and Well, hopefully we're going to have to get it under control because this dog is going to be hairless before too long.
Yeah.
He's only hairless from midway back. The front of him, he's fine.
That's because he can't reach that part.
Right. So, but he'll chew on his legs and
that's what it is. It's fleas.
Yeah. So I got to get that under control. This is the first time I've ever had a flea problem with my animals, and I'm kind of floored.
Well,
I guess everybody gets one if they have animals,
If
but
you're living in the South, in the South, it's a problem.
It really is. And then, of course, all the dangers of what happens when you get fleas. You got some dogs that are allergic. You got some dogs that'll get sick from it. You got all the worm problems.
I had one basset hound. I had to use a special shampoo because he had a skin irritation problem. So I had to use special shampoo on him, special conditioner to rub in on the skin and everything. And then the other dog, I could use a box of Tide and a garden hose on that one. I could do it out in the driveway. There's the other one I had to pamper it in the tub.
Dang, Grumpus, I can't even use Tide.
I might have exaggerated with the time.
Okay. You know, Wesley always, this is so funny, but every dog we've ever had, Wesley will get in the shower with them so that they're not scared. That's his whole methodology. Come on, let's get in the shower.
Well, I mean, I've done that with my dogs before because I've got one of them double wide tubs.
Oh, yeah.
And it was easier to get in there with them than it was to try to reach them all the way across.
Get it, yeah, on your knees. And I won't give them a bath. Well, now I'll give Dinah a bath as long as she's tied up outside. I can take her leash and attach it to the.
Yeah. I
put it on the grill leg.
Yeah.
So that she can't drag it off, and then I'll wash her outside. But I've got the hose that has the sprayer thing on it outside. But in the wintertime, I'm not doing that to her.
But all of my dogs I had from pups.
Mm-hmm.
And I always had a bath routine for them. So my dogs always loved their baths.
Yeah. Dinah hates a bath.
I never had a problem giving them baths. In
fact,
Booger was so bad if you wasn't careful, if you went in there and just turned the water on, sometimes you turn the tub on just to let it run to get warm.
Mm-hmm.
If you turn that thing on and leave the room, she'd be in
it. She'd be in it.
She'd be in it before you could get back.
Splashing and playing.
And now she's already all wet, so now you have to give her a bath.
You know what I was thinking about doing is getting one of those splash pad things that has the water that comes up, or maybe some kind of sprinkler or something, so that this summer he can get out there and play in the water. I thought that would be fun for him. I got a feeling Wesley and I are almost at the point where Dinah is on her last leg.
Yeah, well.
And I hate it, but I also see her just miserable. She's miserable. She's gone blind in one of her eyes. She can't control her bladder. She's not even happy. She hates every animal in this house. She almost bit Murphy twice last week.
Well, you got to look at quality of life for the animal, not your own.
And that's what we are. We're kind of headed in that direction right now. I don't know when we're going to do it, but we're headed there. And I think it'll be a relief for her and us, to be honest with you. Because I've cleaned up after this dog now for over 4 years. And, dogs don't necessarily love to mess themselves.
No.
I think they're just as averse to it as humans are. So, and now, mind you, her bowels are fine. It's her bladder that's weak. And now we don't know where she came from because she was a 6 or 7 year old rescue when we got her.
And how long have you had her?
8 to 10 years.
Well, see, I mean, what do they say? 7 years? 7 years, or a year, and a year for us is 7 years for them.
That's what they say. So
if you've had her
16 or 17 years old, anywhere from 16, maybe 15 to 17 years old. So she's just
15.
And I hate it. I just hate it. That
dog's 105 years old.
Oh my goodness. Well, that puts a new perspective on things.
Well, no wonder they're having issues.
Yeah. She's just so grumpy. I mean, she's always been vicious and, she's a Chihuahua mix. She is evil.
And them little dogs live forever, seems like.
I tell everybody that this is Dinah. She's the dog that'll never die.
It might be time to make the decision for.
Yeah. Well, we're poking the bear. Put it that way. I don't know how long it's going to take for us to to
Yeah,
get
my
there.
last 3 dogs I had to put down. It was, man, that's the hardest thing you ever go through.
It's awful. And I've never had to be there when the dog was put down. Wesley was when our poodles, but when I was there with Jules, that was the most miserable thing I ever did in my whole life, just about.
Well, Vicky had never gone through that process.
And Jules, it was so funny because he was so sick he couldn't hardly pay attention to anything, and I knew that when Violet took him to the vet for me because she drives.
Right.
And I had not slept all night because I was up with him and I was tired. And she says, I'll call you and let you know what they say. And in my mind, just a year ago, he had a UTI. And I took him to the vet. Violet took me over there and we got him a shot and he was fine the next day. Almost. I mean, he was getting better the next day.
Yeah, yeah.
And I thought that's what was going to happen this time. I said, don't worry, everything's going to be fine. They're going to give him a shot and he'll come home and he'll, be okay. And so that's what she left believing too, because I'm dumb enough to tell her that. And she called me up hysterical and told me what the vet said. And I said, oh my God. I said, go get your brother. I'm going to call you daddy. See if he can come home. And he did. He came home and we all met here at the house and talked about what to do. And we just decided that we couldn't let him suffer. I mean, I could have brought him home and he might still be here now, but he'd be awfully darn sick.
Yeah.
And I didn't want
that. I had this discussion with Vicky's parents years ago. They had a dog out back that was really, really bad shape.
Yeah.
And they didn't believe in putting them down. They believed in just letting them die naturally.
Oh.
And I told them, I says, well, number one, that's a family member. That's your responsibility to take care of them.
Right.
And I said, and if you're looking for the natural way to go, then that dog would have been out in nature and something would have eaten it by now.
True story. True story.
You've taken that dog out of its natural environment and put it in your environment to live the way you wanted it to live. And now it's a decision you need to make because the dog can't speak.
That's right.
And they didn't talk to me for months because nobody had talked to him like that. And I was out of line.
No,
but
you
I
weren't.
didn't care. I didn't care. I had been having, dogs and dog shows and all this stuff.
Right.
Like I said, I tell everybody, don't bring that puppy home if you're not prepared to bury it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, more than a good chance you'll outlive it.
The vet asked us if we wanted to have it cremated or if we wanted to bring him home. I said, I'm bringing him home. Wesley looked at me like I had two heads. I said, that cat didn't like nothing better than to be in that backyard chasing birds and acting a fool. I said, you're going to bury him in that backyard right next to that fish pond so he can stalk them fish. Because he liked to do that too.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, you remember he ate all the ones out of my tank. And so that's what we did. We put him in the backyard. And as long as we're here, he'll be there too. And he'll be there after we're gone. So.
Well, unfortunately, on my dogs, I went ahead and paid for the disposal, supposedly cremation. You don't know what really they do, but
right.
I'm talking. You're talking 65-pound basset hounds, 70-pound basset hounds. You've seen my little backyard. I got nowhere to dig.
That's right. Yeah.
That's a discussion I had with my ex when we had, or with Vicky when we had the last one put down.
Uh-huh.
She said, well, we could just bury it. And I said, where?
Right.
We have nowhere to bury the dog.
Mm-hmm.
And she said, well, I never thought about that. And I said, well, a lot of people don't. So anyway.
It's a terrible thing. And I hope I don't have to go. I mean, I know with Dinah, it's so different because she's old and I know that her time is near. And I don't feel so bad about, yes, I'll be sad when she's gone. And
yeah,
but just like when my granny passed away, She was 86 years old. She had a good life, and I loved her, and she loved me, and I was at peace with her passing. But when a 29-year-old dies, that's a tragedy.
And with an animal, I mean, they deserve the same dignity.
That's right. So with Dinah, it's not the same as it was with Jules, because Jules was he was 5 years old, and it wasn't time yet, even though I guess it was, but it wasn't. And I feel bad because I don't know if something I did was the cause of him having these problems. Should I have taken him to the vet earlier? Should I have? Well, he wasn't sick earlier. He didn't show me he was sick earlier. So how? And that's my first cat I've ever had. How am I supposed to know when a cat's sick? I don't know when.
Well, that's any animal. That's their nature, is to not show you that they feel bad.
Right. Well, and not just them.
Those are the weak ones that get drugged down out of the herd.
Right. Right. Or when they're out in nature somewhere, they're the ones that get they're the prey.
Yeah. Yeah.
They're the eaten ones.
And animals ain't no different than humans. Some of us live longer than others.
Right.
Some of us get sick and others don't.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, luck of the draw.
That's right. I was listening to a lady on YouTube just the other day, talking about another YouTuber who is I like to watch that morbidly obese lady
Yeah.
and her train wreck of a life, right? And I'm not going to say who it is because it don't matter. But there was another YouTuber reacting to some of her goofy ass decisions about her health. Mm-hmm. And this YouTuber that was reacting actually is on dialysis and had chronic kidney disease since she was a little girl. And she's almost in stage kidney disease. And so she was saying, the morbidly obese lady is a type 2 diabetic and has fatty liver disease and has now disclosed that she has some kidney problems too. So basically the reactor was saying, okay, I got experience in this. Let me tell you what's about to happen to you if you don't fix yourself. And it was pretty eye-opening.
Oh, I'll bet.
Some of the things all the things that can go wrong, and all the how ill you can really get with that disease. It was pretty phenomenal. But I said to Wesley when I was listening to it here in the kitchen while he was goofing off over there, and I said, it's a shame you can't euthanize people.
I could come up with a list of my own.
I know, right? Well, and honestly, if I get to the point where I'm so sick that I hate myself and everybody else around me, please just shoot me and put me out of my misery. I don't know, maybe because of my my history, my traumatic past, and some of the things that I went through as a child, I learned very early on that death is part of life.
Yes.
And that nobody lives forever. None of us make it out alive. And that's okay, because that's the way it's supposed to be.
Yeah.
And but then again, like I said, when a young person dies, it is a tragedy because they just don't get to experience some of the things.
I don't want to be a burden to anybody, but I want to embarrass my family as long as I can.
Damn right. I told my kids not long ago, I'm going to live to be 140 just to piss y'all off. If I do, it'll be a miracle, but God, let me do it.
I'll make them all think I got money and I'm going to die broke.
Die destitute.
I've had a guy ask me one time what my financial plan was, future financial plan was. I said, I want my last check that I write to bounce.
I want the bill collectors to call nobody. get a busy signal.
That's it.
Well, Grumpus, I think I'm gonna get off of here. I have got to finish this blanket before noon tomorrow because she's coming to get it.
Yeah, if I got a busy day tomorrow too, I think.
Do you?
Well, I mean, not really. I spent the whole, I'm from Indianapolis, so, the Indianapolis 500 race is going to be next Sunday.
Yeah.
So I spent all afternoon on the couch watching qualification today, and they'll finish it tomorrow. So that's going to take most of the afternoon.
Well, yeah, that's busy.
And then my race is next weekend. So there's another weekend I'm not going to do anything.
Weekend blown right there.
I might try to fire the smoker up, but I haven't even been doing that.
You haven't?
No, I've been using a gas grill, but
What?
I haven't built the fire in that smoker in probably 3-4 months.
Oh my gosh.
And I normally fire it up 2 to 3 times a month,
Yeah.
weather permitting.
Well, it's time for you to make a video.
I know it. I tell myself.
If I can do a live stream, you can do a video, and I'm gonna make a video next week about the kitty cat, I think.
I keep saying I need to cook this, but I need to make a video when I cook it. So I end up not cooking it and not making the video.
Oh Lord. That last one you made was something else with that mango salsa. Good God in heaven. Make you slap somebody's mama.
That was I think that was the last cooking video I did.
It is. But that mango salsa was freaking amazing because I made some of it.
I'll tell you what, I did some smothered pork chops the other night. It was pretty killer.
Oh God. All right. Thank you so much for
coming
and being a man.
Anybody left in chat? You got 4 watching?
Rudy, thanks for hanging out and sticking with us. Retro, if you're still here, thank you so much for coming. Everybody else, I don't know who else might be in the chat. Maybe it's a silent partner. I don't know. I appreciate you.
I appreciate you doing this tonight. It's been good talking to you. I've been missing everybody.
Me too. And I need to get back on the wagon. So I think I'm getting back on the wagon today.
Okay.
Let's see what kind of video I can come up with next week. I'm probably only going to do one video. Dwayne, it's Dwayne. Dwayne, I love you. Good night, my friend. God, he's so.
I thought he left a long time ago.
I did too. Man, he's a diehard right there. That's my ride or die.
He's just like me and you. Got no life.
I know, right? I think I'm going to do at least one video a week. I'm going to start with that and see how it goes. And I might do a couple of live streams a month. And but I'll be honest with you, and I'm going to say it right now. I've got to change my mindset because I need money. I want money. YouTube needs to start paying me. You hear me, YouTube? Pay me. And it's not because I'm poor. It's just.
Have you been getting anything from YouTube?
Let me tell you.
Are you still getting views?
Yes, I'm getting views.
Okay.
I'm actually getting subscribers. Probably an average of about 5 or 6 a week, which is, that's not great, but
better than I'm doing.
Considering that I'm only getting 100 views a day, average, that ain't half bad. I crossed over 2,000 subscribers about a month ago, and I've already got 2023. So I've gotten 23 in the last 28 days. And I will tell you this, I only have 2,100 watch hours. But I still have a revenue tab. And
well, your channel's doing better than mine.
Well, that's because I have a lot of evergreen content.
Yeah.
I have a lot of content that people can look at. They can search it and it'll come up and tell people how to do something. That's the only reason. Let's see.
Yeah, I need
I got
to get back at it.
169 views on Friday. Yesterday.
See,
You know,
if I get 20, 25 views a day, that's a good day.
okay.
And I
made 76 cents yesterday.
have been from 32.18 to 32.22,
Mm-hmm.
up and down in that range for probably the last 4 months.
Yeah, well, you know what? I have learned something after all of this. And only because I keep continually getting views. I have not gone under 120 views a week since I quit posting videos.
And I think you've got a lot more videos up than I do.
Oh yeah, I've got almost 300 videos.
Oh gosh, yeah, I think I've got maybe 40.
Yeah. But I will say this: if you post the videos, they will come.
Oh yeah, I believe that.
And I've wasted about 2 years of not posting videos regularly. There's no telling where my channel would be, so we're about to find out.
It's been over a year since I posted my last one.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And now I've done live streams and I've done little short videos up until November of last year.
Yeah,
but I didn't post.
I don't think anybody wants to see me talk. I mean, I might do some lives every once in a while, but I don't think that they're interested in my pit.
Yeah, well, that's true. That's true.
Not even so much what I'm cooking. They're interested in the pit itself.
Well, I give them pit.
And that's the star of the show. Not
Yeah.
me, not the cook.
Right.
And I don't understand why.
I'm not. Now I'm interested in the cook. I mean,
there's only so many ways you can cook a brisket.
That's true. That's true. But you can cook them over and over and over again and give it to people. Just give it to them. Just give them what they want.
That's what I do.
Give them what they. No, you don't. You ain't done it in over 2 years.
Well, that don't mean I haven't cooked some and give them away.
Well, do it again.
Done video.
I'll tell you what I would do. I'd do live stream cooks, and I'd do it for 12 freaking hours. I'm not even playing.
There's a good idea.
Ain't it? I'm out here to check on the brisket today.
Maybe I need to do a Memorial Day cook.
You darn right you do. Started at 6 o'clock in the morning and ended at 6 o'clock that evening. This is what we're doing next. Yep, the fire's burning. Let's see, it's on 180. I'll be back. Y'all just keep an eye on it for me.
Y'all stick around. I'm gonna take a nap.
Heck yeah. I'm going here and watch the race. See y'all in a little bit. I mean, you could make it funny AF, you know.
I know. I can just let the camera run let them watch me sleep.
Yeah, right there next to your brisket. You know? Have Mrs. Grumpus come out and bring you some sweet tea every now and then, you know.
Come out and yell at me once in a while.
What the hell are you doing? It'd be hilarious. I'd watch it all day. So there you go. I'll take my own damn advice, huh?
There we go.
Do it, Grumpus. Do it. Memorial Day. I'm expecting it. Take care. I'll see you later. I'm ending this thing right now.
We'll see you, Charlotte.
Bye, dear.
Bye-bye.